continue to see this rain and drizzle move its way southeastwards, but by the time we reach the afternoon it should be largely dry, just a cloudier day overall, perhaps the odd shower down across the southeast later, and it will be brightening up across Scotland and we will start to see some sunshine break through that cloud, so a little bit warmer here, but overall a cooler day, particularly under cloudier skies. Bye for now.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
It's the Great British Summer Giveaway, and have we got a prize for you? There's a totally tax-free £15,000 in cash to make your summer spectacular. Spend that extra cash however you like. You'll also win a brand new iPhone, Apple AirPods, and if that wasn't enough, a £500 voucher to spend at your favourite UK attraction, so you can enjoy amazing days out this year. For a chance to win the iPhone, treats, and £15,000 cash, text prize to 63232. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message, or post your name and number to GB06 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 28th of June. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
GB News brings you accurate reporting of the day's topical agenda.
When the news breaks, wherever and whenever it's happening,
we'll be there.
This is GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
We're GB News, and we come from a proud tradition of British journalism.
That's why I'm so excited to be here. It's something so new.
The first news channel to be launched in Britain in over 30 years.
Launched to represent the views of the British people.
To go where other broadcasters refuse to go.
How did you find out about the story in the first place?
Launched with one aim.
To be the fearless champion of Britain.
It's an absolutely fantastic atmosphere here.
This is GB News.
The People's Channel. GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Patrick Christie's. Every weeknight from 9, I bring you 2 hours of unmissable, explosive debate and headline-grabbing interviews. What impact has that had?
We got death threats and the bomb threat and so on.
Our job is to do what's in the best interest of our country.
You made my argument for me.
My guests and I tackle the issues that really matter, with a sharp take on every story.
I'm hearing it up and down the country.
That was a beginning, not an end.
Patrick Christie's tonight from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Neil Oliver, every Sunday night at 6 p.m. on GB News. And if an hour is not nearly enough for you, go to gbnews.com for special extended episodes online every Friday at 9 p.m, where we can truly get into the nitty-gritty of what's going on. GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
It's true. You're not wrong. No one will be cancelled. Lovely.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Well, a very good morning to you. Welcome to Sunday with me, Emily Carver. I'm standing in for Michael Portillo this morning. Now, I start with a remarkable story. Today, the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, stands accused of copying the Reform Party's immigration policy. I'll reveal the similarities between Keir Starmer and Richard Tice's plans to reduce immigration in a few moments' time. The Diane Abbott saga takes yet another twist. It's emerged overnight that Sir Keir is reportedly offering her a peerage to stand down as an MP. Is he playing with fire? And yesterday saw a massive march through London with people chanting, "We want our country back." It comes after weeks of pro-Palestine protests, anti-Semitism counter-protests, and the topic of Muslim integration leading the news agenda. How can Britain come back together? And someone who's laid it all on the line for Great Britain is one of the few surviving D-Day veterans, 98-year-old Les Underwood, who was on a merchant ship diverted to the coast of Normandy. At the time, he had no idea where it was going to. He'll be here to share his incredible story and why he thinks national service could be a good idea. And there's a big controversy raging this morning. Can you spot what's wrong with this? I'll give you a little clue. That person is not a Labour candidate. He's actually standing for a completely different party. So there you go. I'll let you know exactly what's going on there in just one moment. But before all that, your headlines with Sophia.
Emily, thank you. Good morning. It's 1 minute past 11. I'm Sophia Wensler in the GB newsroom. Migration is being included in Labour's manifesto, with the party promising to reduce the number if it wins the general election. Sir Keir Starmer says he'll introduce new laws to train British workers to plug gaps in the jobs market and strengthen anti-exploitation laws. Speaking to The Sun on Sunday, he said last year's net migration figure of 685,000 has to come down. He didn't put a time frame or a target figure on his promise, though. Shadow Home Secretary Yvette Cooper laid out Labour's plans.
Well, net migration has trebled in the last 5 years under the Conservatives. One of the biggest drivers of that has been work migration. We're not setting a specific target on it. And the reason for that is partly because the Conservatives have just effectively ripped up all the targets that they've set over many years. They've discredited the whole process. But also, more importantly, because there are short-term factors that can affect the numbers. And what we think instead is we need to have a long-term approach that is about bringing net migration down and tackling the failings in the system.
Meanwhile, the Conservatives and Liberal Democrats are focusing on the NHS today. The Tories say they'll build 100 new GP surgeries and modernise 150 others to help make appointments more accessible. The party has also pledged to build 50 new diagnostic centres. The plans would be paid for by cutting the number of NHS managers to pre-pandemic levels. Health Secretary Victoria Atkins says she will make the NHS faster, simpler and fairer.
My job as Health Secretary, for example, is to explain our vision for our NHS, which is to reform it to make it faster, simpler and fairer. And some of the announcements I have today concerning GP surgeries, concerning Pharmacy First and community diagnostic centres are the ways that we will help deliver that over the coming years. We are going to fund this. It's fully funded. We're going to fund it partly through a reduction of managers in the NHS.
And the Lib Dems have attacked the government's record on health and are promising to reverse £1 billion of Conservative cuts. The party says it would fund local services by cracking down on tax evasion. Deputy Leader Daisy Cooper accused the Tories of decimating public funding, saying it's left Britain with a ticking time bomb of health challenges. In other news, the Met Police has confirmed 53 people were arrested at Wembley as it hosted the Champions League final. Thousands of football fans were at the stadium to watch Real Madrid beat Borussia Dortmund. Police say 5 were arrested for pitch invasion and dozens of others for attempting to breach security, trying to get in without a ticket. There's division in Israel over the US-brokered ceasefire deal to end the war in Gaza. Protests broke out overnight in Tel Aviv, one against the government, the other calling for the release of hostages. They want to see a deal agreed that would see the return of Israelis kidnapped by Hamas in October last year. 2 senior ministers have threatened to quit and bring down the coalition government if Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu agrees to the ceasefire proposal. And David Beckham has been bonding with King Charles over beekeeping. It comes as former England football captain has been named an ambassador of the King's Foundation, the monarch's charity. Mr. Beckham and the King compared beekeeping tips when they met ahead of the announcement. The foundation offers educational programmes to protect traditional skills and aims to revitalise communities through urban regeneration and supporting sustainable food production. Beckham said he was excited to help raise awareness of the charity's work. And for the latest stories, sign up to GB News Alerts by scanning the QR code on your screen or go to gbnews.com/alerts. Now it's back to Emily.
Thank you, Sophia. Now, today, the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, stands accused of copying the Reform Party's immigration policy, believe it or not. I'll reveal the similarities between Keir Starmer and Richard Tice's plans to reduce immigration in just a few moments. And the Diane Abbott saga continues, and taking yet another twist, it's emerged overnight that Sir Keir is offering her a peerage to stand down as an MP. This is a man who said he wanted to abolish the Lords altogether. Is he playing with fire? Well, to consider these matters, I have with me former Northern Ireland First Minister Dame Arlene Foster, former advisor Matt Zarb-Cousin, and Labour councillor Peymana Assad. Thank you very much indeed for joining me. Arlene, I will start with you. I want to know your thoughts on this whole Diane Abbott saga at the top of the Labour Party. Keir Starmer seems to have changed his mind, and it's all been done a little bit underhanded, I would suggest. Now a peerage for her to step down. What do you make of that?
Well, as you rightly say, the Labour Party policy is to abolish the House of Lords, but before they can abolish the House of Lords, they need to put enough Labour members into the House of Lords to vote that through. So I think what you will see after the election, Emily, is a huge influx of Labour peers. At the moment, I think there's a difference of about 100 between the Conservative Party and the Labour Party in the House of Lords. That has been something that has been discussed there for quite some time, the imbalance between the Conservative Party and the Labour Party. So there will be an influx of Labour peers, of that I have no doubt. And it doesn't surprise me in the least that Diane Abbott has been offered a peerage because it's one way of getting her out of the House of Commons and moving her aside. And I think it's something that has been thought about for quite some time. It just went a little bit awry because there was this whole row about not allowing her to stand, and then that became a huge pivot point for the Labour Party. I don't think, if I was Diane Abbott, she's going to be re-elected in her seat if she stands. And I think she'll probably do that rather than take a place in the House of Lords.
Yes, well, she certainly has a lot of support in the community, in her constituency. Hold it there, Arlene, because I'm going to bring in my panel who are in the studio with me. Peymana Assad, you are a Labour councillor. What are your thoughts on what's happened with Diane Abbott? I mean, there's been some unfortunate leaking to the press. Keir Starmer won't be particularly happy with that. But this latest line that she could be offered a peerage.
I don't see why that's a bad thing. I think Diane Abbott is an icon. First black female MP in the House of Commons. I think that she is a role model to a lot of my black female friends in the Labour Party. And so I don't see a problem with her being in the House of Lords, or if she chooses to stand again in the House of Commons, like Sir Keir Starmer has said, the leader of the Labour Party, that she's free to go forward as she wishes. So it's really up to her. The ball's in her court. She can make the decision of which way she wants to go.
The argument is that essentially she's being offered this so that she does not stand again as an MP in her constituency. It goes that Keir Starmer very much wants the party to be packed with his allies, and Diane Abbott is a difficulty for him.
I think any leader of any political party would want more of their allies in the House of Commons, obviously, to get through their own policies and their own ideas. I don't think that's anything strange or new. But I think that in terms of the leaking, what's happened around that, unfortunate and not very well handled. But I think that we've now sort of fixed it, and, Diane Abbott is free to either stand as an MP if she wants to, or go into the House of Lords. OK, well, Matt, what are your views on this? Well, is it just as simple as, oh, this is fantastic for Diane?
Well, let me just first preface this by saying I'm not talking here about the rank-and-file Labour membership. I used to be a Labour member, or the councillors, the very hard-working people on the ground. The people that are running the Labour Party at the moment, the people that Keir Starmer did a deal with to win the leadership contest, who worked on his leadership campaign, who a faction of the Labour Party, a very particular faction in the Labour Party, don't want any left-wing MPs in Parliament, and they don't want anyone on the Labour left to be in Parliament. So every opportunity they get, they're going to try to remove those MPs. And unfortunately, in many cases where MPs are existing MPs, or where they're candidates likely to win certain seats, such as Faiza Shaheen, they've found very vexatious reasons to remove them as candidates. And Diane, unfortunately, has been a target of this, which is very factionally motivated. And now, obviously, they haven't been able to take her on aggressively. or adversarially. So now they're trying to offer her a way out.
Yes, I mean, the accusation is that Keir Starmer is parachuting his allies into these safe seats across the country, and Diane Abbott and people on the left of the party could be a thorn in his side. You know, you've got people like the head of the Starmerite think tank Labour Together, Josh Simons. You've got Luke Akehurst, a member of the executive committee. You've got Torsten Bell, who's the founder of the Resolution Foundation think tank. These are all the sorts of people that Keir Starmer wants to have in the party. Arlene, I'm going to come back to you because I want to bring in another story. Keir Starmer on immigration. Now, he's had some strong words to say in The Sun on Sunday in an interview. He says, "Read my lips, I will bring immigration numbers down." Now, I said in the introduction that there's some similarities with the Reform Party's immigration policy. He's talking about hiring Brits first. He's talking about clamping down on rogue employers and not allowing them to even hire foreign workers if they can't commit to things like the minimum wage. He's coming down quite hard on this immigration stuff. Do you believe him?
Well, first of all, he said, I will bring immigration down, but that's about the height of it. There's no actual detail. There's no when, there's no how, there's no what the numbers are going to be under Labour. So it does lack in detail. But the very interesting thing, and you picked up on it, is the fact that it's going to be the employers that are going to have to carry the can for all of this, which I find incredible. People who are wealth creators, people who are actually providing the jobs, are the people who are going to be targeted, not just by reform policies, because they're saying if you don't employ British people first, they're going to hike your taxes. And then we have the Labour policy, which is actually saying if you don't employ British people first, then we're not going to allow you to have foreign visas for foreign workers. And, you know, this all sounds great. It sounds fabulous. But I do remember when we here in Northern Ireland tried to deal with the large number of immigration people coming in to work in agri-food sector, we said, well, can we help our employers to employ more people from Northern Ireland to get them into the service? And it was really, really difficult because do you know why? It's really, really hard work. And there are some people in our country, regrettably, who do not want to work in those circumstances. So the question is, what do you do then? And I'm afraid, Emily, there is a need to have welfare reform, even more welfare reform, because I have to say that it's sometimes better to sit at home on welfare than it is to go out and work in these really tough jobs. And therefore, instead of just saying we're going to attack the bosses, how about dealing with the point of pushing people to work? How about helping people to work? And I think there's more to be done there. And I don't see any plans from any party about anything connected with that.
Yes, it's very interesting, isn't it? Going after the employers for hiring foreign workers. I wonder, the British public watching all this must be rather frustrated that they don't get a number from anyone. You hear from Labour, oh, immigration has trebled under the Conservatives. You hear from the Labour leader how they're going to cut it. You ask, we had Camilla Tominey asking Yvette Cooper about what that number could look like. There's never, ever an answer. Arlene, do you think the days of trying to bring immigration down to the tens of thousands are just over?
Yeah. Well, you know, isn't it interesting you mentioned tens of thousands when the number, of course, is now in hundreds of thousands. And the reason why all of the parties are talking about immigration, of course, is that it's one of the key issues in this election. Cost of living, the NHS and immigration. Those are the three top issues for people when they're voting. And therefore, the parties, the Tory party today is looking at the NHS. We've just seen Ed Davey on his bike talking about the NHS. Yet another stunt from Ed. We're all looking forward to what the next one's going to be. But it is important for people in the country, and that's why these leaders are talking about it.
Absolutely. I'm just going to bring in Paymana now to talk about this. Hearing this, read my lips, I will bring immigration numbers down, says Sir Keir Starmer to The Sun on Sunday. Do you think the electorate will believe that?
Well, I don't know if the electorate will believe it or not, but I think that he's made a commitment to do it. And I think that we should put trust in Labour to be able to fulfil that commitment. Obviously, you know, you're talking about numbers and the Labour Party won't say any numbers at the moment because it's very hard. You know, immigration has increased, and I think it's right to focus on people in Britain and making sure that they have the skills or the ability to actually get jobs and work. at a reasonable rate and be able to make a living from it. So I don't see anything wrong with this policy per se. But obviously, I would be also interested in understanding more of the details, and I'll be very, very keen to sort of campaign on some of the details.
Yes, would you be comfortable campaigning on this?
Why not?
We'll get immigration down.
Well, I think that people in the UK that are without jobs, who are looking for jobs and need to be skilled and should be going into the workforce, I don't think it's as simple as saying that people are happy on being on welfare benefits. I don't think it's as simple as saying that, because there's so many complex issues. And I don't think welfare benefits are enough for people to even live on. I mean, I have constituents in South Harrow, for example, who are struggling to pay their bills, struggling to rent, struggling to put food on the table. And some of them have, long-term illnesses that they have to deal with. That's why they're on welfare.
Yes,
but there's very complex issues.
Absolutely, it's a complex issue.
Yeah.
I think the issue is, and this is something the government says they want to tackle and are trying to, is the sheer number of people on out-of-work benefits going into the millions now. Matt, this immigration policy, it does sound a bit like reforms.
It does a bit, and I don't really buy it, this idea that if we go after the bad bosses and we stop them, stop them hiring people that undercut wages. Well, if you want to do that, you're basically implying at that point that the bosses could pay more to people who live in Britain. And if that's the case, if they could pay more, then the way to deal with this issue is to tighten the regulations on the labour market, is to increase the role of trade unions, is to have a proper programme that increases workers' rights and ensures that people are paid more. Because if we don't allow bosses to undercut, then yeah, people won't be coming into the country to work low-wage jobs.
The fear is, though, you then may lose jobs as a result. If you push up labour market regulations too far, if you raise the minimum wage too high, what happens is that businesses shut down.
But that's the argument, though, isn't it? Isn't the argument that immigration suppresses wages? And if that's the argument,
in some industries,
and if that's the argument that immigration suppresses wages, then increasing labour market regulations and wages would reduce immigration.
Right.
So that's the issue with Labour's New Deal has been watered down, and if they stuck to that, then maybe that would have more of an impact than some of these empty promises.
But isn't that arguably because they've actually been speaking to business since they became a serious contender to be the next government? But Arlene, I'd just like to bring you back in, Arlene Foster, and ask you about, I don't know if you've seen this Conservative candidate who's posted an election advert on his social media. I don't know if we can bring up the picture, but it appears as though he's trying to make himself look like the Labour candidate. And he's also done the same for Reform as well. Do you think that's OK?
Well, do you know what, Emily? We're talking about him. So there you go. He's got attention, and national newspapers are talking about him. And that's what it's all about, getting your name out there, getting recognised. I think he's pointed out that the Electoral Commission doesn't have a problem, because I don't know whether our viewers can see it, but there is actually a squiggle behind, which is the Conservative Party logo. So he has the Conservative Party logo on there. But he's essentially saying he's met a lot of Labour voters who are voting for him, and therefore it's Labour for Largan. And he's done the same with Reform as well. And he's basically saying they're voting for me, even though they're originally Reform voters, they're voting for me. I think it's quite clever. He's certainly getting a lot of attention, and he's causing a lot of annoyance to the other parties.
So you don't think he'll get in too much trouble then?
No, I don't think it. Well, I don't think he should get in too much trouble, because he's raising his profile, and isn't that what politics is all about?
And just very lastly, just very quickly while I've got you, we saw that quite shocking poll showing that Labour will have a landslide victory if everything stays as it is. If you had one piece of advice for the Conservative leadership on how they could possibly turn this around, what would you say?
Well, they should stick to their plan, because if you are pulled off by different polls, then you're going to react to every poll that comes out. And goodness, we nearly have a different poll every day, Emily, as you know. And there was a poll last week showing that the Conservatives were making ground. And then there's this poll showing that they're essentially going to be wiped out completely. So they need to keep to their plan. And I'm sure that's what they will do in the coming days.
Well, thank you very much indeed for your time. Former Northern Ireland First Minister Dame Arlene Foster. We also had former advisor Matt Zarb-Cousin and Labour councillor Peymana Assad. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Coming up, we'll be asking whether junior doctors are right to be calling yet another strike just days before the country is set to decide who will form the next government. Junior Dr Basha Mukherjee will join me for her diagnosis.
GB News Breakfast, every day from 6 a.m.
The Princess of Wales has said she's excited by a new report on prioritising early childhood, a cause, as we know, that she's closely associated with.
Yes, the task force findings claim that the UK could reap £45.5 billion in economic benefits if firms prioritise early childhood.
Well, let's talk about this now with our royal correspondent, Cameron Walker. Good morning, Cameron.
Good morning.
I suppose it's characteristically Catherine, isn't it, to say she doesn't want to distract from this report by sort of people talking about her health. But we should start probably by saying she said she's not feeling well enough to come and talk about this in public, but sort of saying she's watching it, keeping a close eye from behind closed doors.
Yeah, absolutely. This should not be seen as a return to work by the Princess of Wales, but I have been told she's A, read the report and B, been briefed on it. But this all stems really from her work when she started being a working member of the royal family, where she was working closely with people suffering from addiction, mental health problems. And what she found is all of these issues tend to stem from a poor start in life, so the first 5 years of a child's life. So in January 2023, she set up Shaping Us, this awareness campaign for the early years. 2 months later, she convened the Business Task Force, so 8 members of big businesses across the UK, and over a generation, that could add, as they claim, more than £40 billion to the UK economy each year. We spoke to Peter Grigg yesterday. He's the chair of Home Starts UK, a charity which supports young families. Let's hear what he said about the Princess's role in this.
She's been a real driving force behind the report and everything it's done. And when we've spent time with the Royal Foundation, what it does, it reminds everyone that this is really important work and early childhood matters, that more businesses should get involved, that more charities are out there for people who want to do more to support families and children. So it's been a wonderful experience.
The People's Channel. Sunday nights on GB News. From 6, Neil Oliver. At 7, it's Free Speech Nation with Andrew Doyle. At 9, Mark Dolan. And at 11, get set for the week ahead with headliners. Tomorrow's papers tonight. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And why it matters to you. From your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you. Good afternoon, Britain. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Every Saturday, 10 till 12, we'll bring you all of the news that you need to know. We'll also remind you that there is so much to smile about.
It's my favourite time of the week. I get to relax, enjoy some light-hearted stories, and let Ellie teach me about fashion too.
That's Saturday Morning Live, every Saturday, 10 till 12.
Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Oh, I love that jingle. Welcome back. Earlier this week, junior doctors announced a round of fresh strikes. This is all as part of an ongoing dispute over pay, of course. Now, the strikes will coincide with the week leading up to the general election on July the 4th. Now, the British Medical Association, they say it gave the government a final opportunity to make an offer and avoid these strikes after the election was called. But this opportunity has not been taken up, so they say. Now, Wes Streeting, the Shadow Health Secretary, said he's appalled strikes are occurring in an election campaign. He says this is a spectacular failure on the part of the government, he said. But just why? Are junior doctors so dissatisfied that they are willing to go on strike? 100,000 patients in England could face having their NHS care cancelled during this time. So how on earth can this be justified? Well, joining me now is Dr Basha Mukherjee. Thank you very much indeed for coming into the studio on a Sunday morning. I guess that's the question. Is this justified?
I think this is something that needs to be addressed, that we've been having this for a whole year now. It started before March. I mean, the strike started in March, but the conversation started much before that. And it's really sad that this is still ongoing. It's not just about the money. I know this is what the media keeps sort of highlighting. This is just about getting a pay raise.
To be fair, the BMA keeps highlighting it too.
Well, we need to try and focus on the retention of staff. We have lost 20,000 doctors in 1 year alone between 2022 and 2023. And that has cost the NHS about £2 billion to just replace that. It's cost the NHS £3 billion now to cover for all these shifts that we've been striking for, essentially. So it just doesn't make sense. The numbers just doesn't make sense. If you're saying, the government is saying that they don't have enough money to pay doctors fairly, then where is the money coming from to replace all of these staff members? It's cost them triple the amount than what it would have been to just pay doctors fairly.
Well, I'm sure those figures can be disputed, but I take your point that this is costly, extremely costly, to retain doctors and to rehire and to retrain and so on. But this is the 11th walkout now since March 2023, last year. Has there been any positive impact?
I feel like there has been very slow progress, and the slowness of this, I feel like, have to blame the government for this.
They've done a very good job. The 11th walkout and there's no big pay rise.
Exactly, and why are we still here? Why are we still putting lives at risk, essentially, which is what the government is claiming, that it's purely because of the... That's what Rishi Sunak is essentially saying, it's purely because of the junior doctor strike, which, let me tell you, is not true. There's only been a 3% increase. There's been only a 3% increase on the waiting list due to the junior doctor strike, and the waiting lists were going up way before the junior doctor strike even started.
Well, as I said in my introduction, potentially 100,000 patients go without their appointments, go without their checkups, go without their operations. I mean, really, can you rest easy knowing that on your conscience?
And that is even more reason for the public to be aware of these strikes, and including, you know, the politicians. This is very strategically timed, and we've given notice as well. The strikes can stop even before that if the government come back to talk about this and rediscuss, essentially.
I mean, I think for most people, well, for some people, this will look like potentially trying to impact the election results. Trying to intervene in that. So I imagine that many BMA members would prefer a Labour government. I think that's fair to say. You know, you often see the socialist workers out. There's lots of people who are of left-wing orientation at the BMA. So is this trying to put the pressure on so that it looks... so that the Tories look like they can't manage the NHS? So
well, the Tories haven't been managing the NHS very well at all for the last 14 years. And it's so ironic that that's the exact time frame by which we have had the regression of payment, essentially. So if you look at it, the correlation definitely stands for that the Tories have failed. However, I'm not sure if I'm fully in favour of everything the Labour government is bringing forth either. However, West Streeting has said that there is potential for the wages to be increased over a period of time, which is exactly what the BMA is asking for.
Well, the BMA were asking for 35% straight up. It seems like they've actually watered down that ask. Wes Streeting, though, he's said he's not going to have an easy time with the BMA either. He said the BMA are extremely hostile towards him in the past, or at least hostile, because he wants to make changes. These 40,000 appointments that he's going to bring in, apparently, so he says, that's going to be done through overtime. Are there doctors who want to work overtime?
Well, this is exactly... I've had this conversation with West Streeting myself. The idea is actually to reach out to the private areas of the healthcare system to fill for these gaps, essentially. And what the Labour government is trying to do is essentially pay more to cover those costs. I don't think that's a very good strategy. I do think that the majority of NHS staff are already burnt out, and it's not going to be cost-effective what they're estimating how much is going to cost to fill those shifts. I don't think that's an accurate estimation at all. He's not taking into account that he'd need to pay the staff fairly for their in-hours to be able to, incentivise them to do the out-of-hours shifts. But, I'm not going to go into the numbers. I'm sure they've had quite very, educated people go and look at the numbers.
Do you have friends who are, working part-time? In the NHS and picking up work elsewhere? Because this is one of the problems. It used to be that doctors would work full-time And now more and more people seem to be going part-time, which makes it more expensive to cover. That's why you have to bring in the agency workers. That's why you have to bring in people on overtime, etc., etc. What do we do about that? How do we make it an actual 7-day-a-week service?
Pay them fairly. You know what? There's been a decrease in the number of people who are striking because simply people cannot afford to. I myself am not going to be striking. I've only striked for 5 whole days in the 39 days that they've had off strike so far. However, that means that the people are getting burnt out who are currently at work. They're going off sick leave. We know that a third of NHS staff are off sick. We've had 20,000...
A third of NHS staff are off sick?
Yes, 1 in 3 NHS staff essentially are... There's been... this is something...
Well, that's crazy. 1 in 3 off sick.
A lot are off sick or on part-time. They are, people will find a way to manage with the burnout if they're going off sick, if they're going off on part-time, or they're leaving the country. This is what we're finding in the numbers. This
do you think that maybe
a lot of stress.
Do you think that maybe they'd be happier if the NHS was different, a different system, like in Australia or like in continental Europe? Elsewhere, things seem to function a little better. Doctors end up earning actually more than they do here. The NHS perhaps is the thing that's holding you all back.
The NHS has great positives, but we have to be reform positive about this whole situation. Ultimately, we've seen a massive change in the demographic of our population. Our population now, there's a huge emigration burden. It's increased by a million people in the last 1 year alone. That adds a lot of pressure on all the services across the NHS, secondary care, primary care, pharmacies everywhere. We've got drug shortages as a result of,
But that's an argument to bring immigration down.
That's right, absolutely.
You wouldn't see many BMA protesters, activists and junior doctors probably arguing to bring down immigration, would you?
Well, there's absolutely a reason to bring immigration down because ultimately you were talking about this just earlier about watering down the pay essentially because you can hire somebody from another country for less essentially, so that keeps the wages low. So absolutely there is a argument to keep the immigration low.
Well, very nice to speak to you, Dr. Basha Mukherjee. I would say good luck with the strike, but I don't wish to wish you good luck, but I wish you well.
I'm not striking.
I wish you well. You're not striking, so there you go. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Now, after the break, is Labour's proposed tax raid on private schools already backfiring? I'll speak to the spokesperson for Education and Not Taxation campaign.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
How does it work in your home, then, when you're discussing politics, especially with your young son, Nigel?
Well, I mean, we discuss politics rather than argue about it. Both of us are political professionals. We've been in the game a long time, so we understand that. So we're more keen on what is actually going on and how things are working out than clashing over opinions. Now, Claire is a Tory Brexiteer. I'm a Labour Remainer.
Do you think relationships like your own are going to become less and less common?
I think they are. And I think we can see that politics has become very divided. It's become very toxic. And we've lost that art of debating. I'm more than happy to speak to anybody on any subject to do with politics, because I think it's only healthy to listen to someone's opinion. You may not agree with it. You may think that they're ridiculous. However, I think it's really important that you hear those views, because if you only become encased in a bubble of your own opinion, you're never going to learn anything. And I think politics needs that. You need to be able to explore other sides of an argument. It also makes you better at arguing.
Yeah.
And Nigel and I constantly disagree on various bits and pieces, but you learn how to place your argument so much better because you know what the other side are thinking. Now, if we had that across the country and across the House of Commons, we could have so much better debate and so many better different opinions coming through, and it would be a lot healthier.
And polite debate, which always strikes me about you two. You disagree on most things when it comes to politics, but you do so with so much humour and so much respect for one another.
Well, we find politics fun, and so when we bring politics into the home, we want to have fun with it too.
Britain's election channel.
GB News is Britain's election channel.
And when the big stories break, we're tackling them on Britain's newsroom. When we disagree, and we disagree a lot, it's even livelier than normal.
We don't disagree that much.
We do.
His comedy, though, is revolting. I knew her, unlike you.
That explains Beverly Turner's temperament.
It's a bit frosty in here, isn't it?
He'll have one of me one day.
For dartball practice.
Britain's newsroom on GB News. Weekdays, 9:30 a.m.
GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Patrick Christie's. Every weeknight from 9, I bring you 2 hours of unmissable, explosive debate and headline-grabbing interviews. What impact has that had?
We got death threats and the bomb threat and so on.
Our job is to do what's in the best interest of our country.
You made my argument for me. My guest and I tackle the issues that really matter, with a sharp take on every story.
I'm hearing it up and down the country. That was a beginning, not an end.
Patrick Christie's tonight from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Right, welcome back. I'm Emily Carver. Now, could Labour go to battle with the unions over their plans to tax private schools? Sir Keir Starmer has, of course, promised to charge private schools 20% VAT, as well as end business rate relief if he comes to power after the general election. Now, the party estimate this will raise about £1.7 billion in funds to be spent on state schools. However, a recent survey of parents with children at private schools suggests around 224,000 pupils could leave because of these plans, double the previous estimate. Well, I'm joined by spokesperson for Education Not Taxation campaign, Lavina Tandon, and the Labour councillor, Peymana Assad. Lavina, thank you very much indeed for joining me. This is quite an emotional topic for a lot of people, actually. We've seen the initial estimates from the Labour Party, they used from the Institute of Fiscal Studies, that only about 3 to 7% of pupils would leave the private sector and be moved into the state sector. However, this survey, this particular survey that I just mentioned, up to nearly half of pupils may end up leaving. What are your thoughts?
Distressed, of course, but before I start, I must say that we are all 138,000 people who have signed change.org and on FB page, our Facebook page, squarely stand with the state schools and want more funding to be there. The only question that we are opposing is the fact that it shouldn't be raised through us. That's number one. And as you have said, that recent studies, especially the Adam Institute, the Adam Smith Institute, which has done in-depth and has also shown the side effects of what could happen. And we, as a group, are corroborating it, hearing it on the ground, that yes, so many people would leave. And if that happens, which it looks like will happen, then it is going to cost the economy 1.6 to 1.7 billion rather than gaining. So we actually are putting our kids as collateral damage for something that also would not gain anywhere. It won't really help the state sector, as the studies have shown. Also, it is some of the schools might shut down, which means teachers might lose their jobs. Other people who work in the school will lose their job. That is also.
And this is where the unions come in.
Yes, and this is where today's article, I think, the unions come in. And also the fact that we are not all privileged or posh. I have nothing against posh. I think good luck to everybody. But you're finding money where it doesn't really exist. We are talking about people who are nurses, people are working in military, they are bursaries. Also, it is creating the divide further. It's actually what Labour is trying to do is to help the people who they are harming. So we are hurting who are trying to help. So this policy of getting the money where they are finding, it doesn't exist, and it won't even give. There will be no money.
Do you see this as just an attack on, I don't know, aspiration or wanting to do the best for your children or making a decision when it comes to education? Do you see it as an ideological attack?
I see it as something that is not adding up. I think all children, all parents want to do best by their children. I think state school parents are as aspirational and as we are. So the point is not aspiration or how hard another person works. The point is that these are people, or we are people, who do not have that kind of money. And we are working as much as anyone else would work as well. But we are actually contributing to the economy anyway. We are paying our taxes. And education
Which pays for state schools.
Yes, which states for state schools. It is 8,000 to 12,000 annually that a child, it is required for a child to take through the state system. And we are not using that money. So we are paying the state. We are not using this facility. We are, and so it's a social benefit that we are creating for the system, and that actually is taking away. And education is a social benefit; it shouldn't be taxed anyhow.
Well, you make a very strong case, Peymana. This policy, do you think Keir Starmer's going to end up U-turning on it? I mean, it's got more holes than a sieve.
No, I don't think it does have holes, actually. I think that this is the politics of equality, not the politics of envy. And I think that if you're able to pay for a private school around 12,000 to 13,000 for your child to go to a private school, why should that school then get charity status? Why should that school be exempt from having to pay VAT? Why should that school then get business relief? My question...
You've got union bosses, You've got union bosses saying Keir Starmer should think through the consequences. That's the General Secretary of the NASUWT Teaching Union. You've got the General Secretary of the National Education Union saying we need to robustly defend teachers against any redundancies that may result from this. There's quite a bit of pushback. There's a lot of people from within the left-wing movement saying, hang on, have you thought this through? Have you thought about the repercussions on the state system? Where are all these students going to go?
So the first thing I'd say is nothing has happened yet. Nobody has lost a job. This is a discussion
around...
around...
Two schools have closed and are going to close, and they've said already that this is because parents won't be able to pay these fees.
Where are these schools, sorry?
So we've got Downham Prep School in Norfolk. They've said they're going to shut next month. Almost a third of their pupils have special needs, and they say this is down to Keir Starmer's plans.
So I think that one of the things...
They won't be able to absorb that cost.
Sorry, I haven't had enough time to talk about this.
Absolutely.
I think support for special needs education is really, really... the funding for that is not enough, and the government needs to increase funding for that. Second, if we don't actually charge VAT on these private schools, where are we going to find the money from for recruiting these new teachers that we need? The last point I'd make is that I don't see a problem with children leaving private schools and actually going to state schools. I think that would actually equalise the level of attainment in state schools. I think my communities, the working class communities, they're aspirational. They want really good education for their children, and they're not actually getting that at the moment. And I don't see this as a way of penalising private schools at all. I think that if children were to leave private school and go to state schools, I actually think it would raise the standards in the state schools. One, and two. If you can't pay, if you have enough money to pay for your child to go to private school, I just don't understand.
But not everyone is rich, are they? Not everyone is rich. Lots of people save. They have grandparents who help.
Private schools shouldn't be charging so much fees. Then
just one last word for you.
Yes, can I just say that there are no spaces at the moment in state school. They are already extended. Surrey, Cambridgeshire, Oxfordshire, I think Rutland as well. Many councils have come and said, we do not have spaces. So if these children go out, one, there are no spaces, so there's no levelling up. All state school parents are not, there are many high stature parent. They can afford places in good locality. Therefore, they are going to state schools. So not all private school parents are privileged, and not all state school parents are not privileged.
Yes, that's very
a
true.
really, very important point to have.
That's very true.
And state schools do not have spaces.
For me, it's just the practicalities of this policy, and if it does push more, if it puts more pressure on the state school system, then no one wins. No one wins at all. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Lavina Tandon, who is a spokesperson for Education Not Taxation, and Labour Councillor Peymana Assad. Thank you very much indeed for your time, and also thank you to Basha Mukherjee. Still ahead, we'll be joined by a 98-year-old D-Day hero, Les Underwood, who didn't even know he was part of the events until years later. We'll hear his incredible story. You won't want to miss it.
Hello and welcome to your GB News weather update brought to you by the Met Office. Well, it's been a fine start to the weekend and we can expect a largely dry Sunday with some sunny spells, so there is some cloud across in the northwest. There should be a little bit of mist and fog to start on Sunday, but generally clearing, leaving a pleasant and dry afternoon. It will be cloudier in the northwest of Scotland though, with some spots of rain and drizzle by the time we get to the afternoon. And it's here where we start to see those temperatures struggle a little bit under those cloudier skies. But elsewhere, it's going to be a lovely warm day, particularly across the east coast where it was a little bit cooler here yesterday. So through the course of the evening, we will continue to see that rain and drizzle spread its way eastwards across parts of Scotland, turning a little bit heavier here at times as well, particularly as it pushes up over Western Hills. So a largely cloudy evening with rain and drizzle, cloudier across Northern Ireland too, still with some rain and drizzle here. But elsewhere across northeastern parts of England, central and southern England too, it should be largely dry with plenty of late evening sunshine. So through the course of the night then, we'll continue to see this rain and drizzle move its way southeastwards across the country, and we'll start to see a feed of cloud in from the north, staying largely clear for most of the night across the south, where it'll be a little bit cooler here, particularly in those rural spots. But overall, a cloudy night on offer, which means it's generally going to be quite mild to start the new working week. So to start on Monday then, fairly mild and quite cloudy, a few brighter spells to start across the south, but it will be clouding over later. We will continue to see this rain and drizzle move its way southeastwards, but by the time we reach the afternoon it should be largely dry, just a cloudier day overall, perhaps the odd shower down across the southeast later, and it will be brightening up across Scotland and we will start to see some sunshine break through that cloud. So a little bit warmer here, but overall a cooler day, particularly under cloudier skies. Bye for now.
Are the newspapers getting you down?
My wife didn't divorce me that month.
Struggling to separate the wheat from the chaff?
I know that it's a bit of a circus at the best of times.
Well, don't worry, Headliners has got you covered. We'll take the burden of reading the day's news, and if we get depressed, who cares? It's an occupational hazard, frankly. That's Headliners on GB News from 11 p.m. till midnight, and the following morning, 5 till 6 a.m. on GB News, the comedy channel. Nah, just kidding. Britain's news channel.
I'm Patrick Christie's. Every weeknight from 9, I bring you 2 hours of unmissable, explosive debate and headline-grabbing interviews. What impact has that had?
We got death threats and the bomb threats on.
Our job is to do what's in the best interest of our country.
You made my argument for me.
My guest and I tackle the issues that really matter, with a sharp take on every story.
I'm hearing it up and down the country. That was a beginning, not an end.
Patrick Christie's tonight from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Well, welcome back. Next Thursday, 6th of June, 2024, marks 80 years since D-Day, the largest invasion ever to have taken place by sea, land and air, when Allied forces landed on the beaches of Normandy. 450,000 British servicemen and women saw service in the 3-month Battle of Normandy in northern France, which began with the D-Day beach landings. I am absolutely delighted to be joined now by the D-Day veteran, Les Underwood, to share his story. Now, Les, you joined the Navy at 16.
Yes.
But, as I've heard, you remarkably did not actually know that you were involved in D-Day.
I did not know, and if you ask any of the troops that was there on D-Day, they had no idea where they was going, because it was top secret, and we was diverted into D-Day, because what happened, Royal Naval veterans, they was all like gunners. The merchant ships started to be fitted with guns because they was getting wiped, just torpedoed left and right, and aircraft. So they started putting guns on merchant ships, which they called us the Dems. And they put me on a merchant ship, and we was diverted. All I know was the skipper said, we're being diverted, and next thing, there it was. There was guns everywhere, firing. Royal Naval ships, the Germans was firing. Men was climbing down the sides of the ships on the ropes onto the landing craft. Some of the men was getting off the ships thinking it was shallow water, but it wasn't. So some of them just went down. and a lot of them was getting killed before they even got to the beaches. Those that got there, to me, are the heroes we should be looking at.
Wow.
Because they didn't know where they was going. And since then, when I was approached to go to Normandy, I said, I've never been to Normandy. I said, yes, you was. We got proof that you was there. Name of ship, name of everything. I said, okay. And would you like to go by car, or would you like to go by ship from England by ship? I said, yes, I'll go by ship. And on the ship was English troops, like all veterans. And I was talking to them. And I said, well, how do you get on about D-Day? How do you feel about it? And they said, well, we didn't know where we was going. Actually, some of the men had never fired a rifle in their life, according to what the men I was talking to. And they was just a marvellous bunch of men.
And you must have been 18
18
years old.
At the time, yes.
It's hard to imagine living here in 2024, what that would have been like for such a young man.
Yeah. Well, the funny part of it, as I've said to the other interviewers, that when you're 18, and between that age, there's no fear. You haven't got a fear because you think, geez, nothing can happen to me, like.
Invincible.
Yeah, that's how you feel. Well, I did. And so did the boys with me, because a lot of them was the same as me. They'd all put their age up to get into the service. Because my two brothers had already gone, one in the Navy and the convoys, and the other one was a Russian Marine Commando. And they'd gone because the big boy wanted to go. So I went to join up at 14, and the man laughed at me. He
14?
Said, how old are you? So I said, 18. He said, no.
No, you're not.
So I went the next year, and he gave me a form. He said, give that to your mum and dad if they sign it. So my mum, she said, listen, my son, she said, you need some discipline.
So she was happy. She was happy to sign you up.
Yes. My dad suffered terrible with one lung crushed, where he's buried alive in the First World War, and he was mustard gas. And it ate all his lungs away.
Oh.
And he said no. But my mum, for about 2 or 3 weeks, was in his ear.
She was in his ear saying, they should go, they should go. I must ask you, too, about your thoughts on national service. This is something the government wants to bring in. It's been quite controversial, but you think it's a good idea?
I think it's a good thing, and they should all do 2 years, because that way it makes a man of them, because you go in a boy and you come out as a man. Because you're living, like, on board ship, it's more... You're more family on board ship than what you are ashore. And you live with them, and if you get out of hand, you're all of a sudden there, puts you straight.
Yeah. And do you think it would improve society as a whole?
It would improve society, because it takes some of these lads that walk around the street causing trouble. If they go into the forces and they started causing trouble, they'd be really come unstuck. They wouldn't think twice to give them a good hiding.
Good hiding.
Believe me.
Some boys need it. Some boys need it to come in, I guess. But you haven't. What are you actually doing on D-Day, on the 80th anniversary?
That was what this year?
Yeah.
We're going to France tomorrow.
You're going to France tomorrow?
Yes, we're going tomorrow.
How are you getting there?
We're going, taxis picks up.
Yeah.
Wonderful society. Since when my friend was, who was on the convoy, same as me, he put me onto them some years back now, and they altered my life.
Yeah.
Because they take us to France, Holland, Belgium. They give us our Christmas party.
Oh, that's
take
lovely.
us to the seaside, and sometimes Chelsea pensioners. You can't, I don't think there's a charity in England that does so much is a taxi.
Absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for coming in.
Right.
Les Underwood, 98-year-old veteran from D-Day. You're watching Emily Carver covering for Michael Portillo. Don't go anywhere. Join us back after the break.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello and welcome to your GB News weather update brought to you by the Met Office. Well, there'll still be plenty of sunshine to end the weekend. A bit cloudier in the north though and a little bit breezier here too. Now why is this? Well, we currently have high pressure dominating the weather across the UK, but notice this weather front moving into the northwest of the country and a slight squeeze in the isobars here too. For the rest of the afternoon though, plenty of sunshine across the country, some quite unbroken sunshine at times across central and southern areas. Cloudier in the northwest though, and we'll start to see some rain and drizzle feed into the northwest of Scotland and parts of Northern Ireland as well. But where you do catch the sunshine, it'll be feeling lovely and warm, warmer than yesterday in fact. But across Scotland, a bit of a cooler feel, particularly in that quite brisk breeze. Into the evening as well, we will continue to see quite a cloudy picture across Scotland. That rain and drizzle continuing to sweep into northwestern areas, a little bit heavy at times, particularly across any western hills. Similar to across the Northern Ireland and the rest of northern England, bit of a cloudier picture still here with the odd spot of rain and drizzle, but elsewhere plenty of sunny spells leading to some late evening sunshine to finish the weekend. Through the course of the night, however, we are going to continue to see more and more of this cloud feed in from the north, still with the odd spot of rain and drizzle, particularly in areas of the northwest. Probably staying clearest for longest in the far south, where it'll be a little bit cooler. But elsewhere, it's going to be quite a cloudy night on offer and quite a mild night too. Most towns and cities not really dropping below double digits. But as I say, still a little bit cooler under those clearer spells down in the south. So a brighter start here across the far south, but generally it is going to be a cloudier picture for all, still with those spots of rain and drizzle in the northwest. We will start to see some brighter spells into the afternoon, just poke through the cloud, particularly across Scotland where we will see some sunshine. However, still quite a brisk breeze, which is going to take the edge off the temperatures still, but it should be still feeling pleasant in those sunnier spots.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
We've got summer sewn up with an incredible trio of treats, and you could win them. First, there's a fabulous £15,000 in tax-free cash to ensure this summer is special. What would you spend that on? Next, you'll also receive the latest iPhone 15 and a set of Apple AirPods. And finally, £500 to spend at your favourite UK attraction. Fun in the sun could be on us. For a chance to win the iPhone, treats and £15,000 cash, text prize to 63232. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message, or post your name and number to GB06 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 28th of June. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
If you want your news to be straight talking...
This is a nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
GB News is the home of free speech. We were created to champion it, and we deliver it day in, day out.
Free speech allows us all to explore and debate openly the issues most important to us, our families, and of course, the British people.
Having challenging conversations to enlighten each other.
Which is why we hear all sides of the argument.
We are the People's Channel.
We will always stand by the freedom to express yourself.
On TV, radio and online.
This is GB News,
Britain's news channel.
I'm Ellie Costello, and thank you so much for joining us here on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And why it matters to you. From your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you. Good afternoon, Britain. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Mark Dolan, and this is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
This is GB News, and we are Britain's election channel.
This vote may seem to be about the politicians and the media, but it's actually about you. We won't forget that.
Join us up and down the country as we follow every moment together.
More than ever, it's important to hear all sides
as you make your decision in the run-up to polling day.
This is GB News,
the People's Channel, Britain's election channel.
Well, good afternoon. I feel a bit emotional after that interview with Les Underwood. Very, very interesting to hear his experience. But welcome to the second hour of Sunday with Emily Carver on GB News. I hope that you plan to spend the next hour of this summer's day with me. Now, on Thursday, a New York jury showed that not even a former president is above the law. Will Trump's potential prison sentence hang over his election hopes for November? Or could this embolden his supporters and actually help his polling? Martin Whittock, Matzar Cousin and Peymana Assad will be with me to share their thoughts. And thousands are expected to join a march taking place this afternoon in central London. This is as part of a global call to bring the 125 hostages still being held by Hamas home. I'll be joined by one of the organisers, A.L. Biram. And Nigel Farage and Foreign Minister Anne-Marie Trevelyan fueled a fiery debate this week, questioning whether some British Muslims share the same values as Brits. And does Europe have an issue with rising extremism? Rakib Hassan and Fraser Myers will be here to discuss those issues. And finally, tomorrow is the start of National Barbecue Week, whether it's a burger, steak or a sausage. Some even choose to go wild and put bananas on the barbecue. Grillmaster extraordinaire Brian George will be here with his top tips for how to make the perfect barbecue. All of that ahead, but first, your headlines with Sophia.
Emily, thank you. From the GB Newsroom at 12 o'clock, your top story this hour. Migration is being included in Labour's manifesto, with the party promising to reduce the number if it wins the general election. Sir Keir Starmer says he'll introduce new laws to train British workers to plug gaps in the job market and strengthen anti-exploitation laws. Speaking to The Sun on Sunday, he said last year's net migration figure of 685,000 has to come down. He didn't put a time frame or a target figure on his promise, though. Shadow Home Secretary Yvette Cooper laid out Labour's plan.
Well, net migration has trebled in the last 5 years under the Conservatives. One of the biggest drivers of that has been work migration. We're not setting a specific target on it. And the reason for that is partly because the Conservatives have just effectively ripped up all the targets that they've set over many years. They've discredited the whole process. But also, more importantly, because there are short-term factors that can affect the numbers. And what we think instead is we need to have a long-term approach that is about bringing net migration down and tackling the failings in the system.
Meanwhile, the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats are focusing on the NHS today. The Tories say they'll build 100 new GP surgeries and modernise 150 others to help make appointments more accessible. The party has also pledged to build 50 new diagnostic centres. The plans would be paid for by cutting the number of NHS managers to pre-pandemic levels. Health Secretary Victoria Atkins says working to make the NHS better.
My job as Health Secretary, for example, is to explain our vision for our NHS, which is to reform it to make it faster, simpler and fairer. And some of the announcements I have today concerning GP surgeries, concerning Pharmacy First and community diagnostic centres are the ways that we will help deliver that over the coming years. We are going to fund this. It's fully funded. We're going to fund it partly through a reduction of managers in the NHS.
And the Lib Dems have attacked the government's record on health and are promising to reverse £1 billion of Conservative cuts. The party says it would fund local services by cracking down on tax evasion.
Deputy Leader Daisy Cooper accused the Tories of decimating public funding, saying it's left Britain with a ticking time bomb of health challenges. In other news, the Met Police has confirmed 53 people were arrested at Wembley as it hosted the Champions League final. Thousands of football fans were at the stadium to watch Real Madrid beat Borussia Dortmund. Police say 5 were arrested for pitch invasion and dozens of others for attempting to breach security, trying to get in without tickets. There's division in Israel over the proposed ceasefire deal to end the war in Gaza. Protests broke out overnight in Tel Aviv, one against the government, the other calling for the release of hostages. They want to see a deal agreed that would see the return of Israelis kidnapped by Hamas in October of last year. 2 senior right-wing ministers have threatened to quit and bring down the coalition government if Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu agrees to the US-brokered deal. In a historic first, China has successfully landed a spacecraft on the dark side of the moon. The unmanned Chang'e 6 lunar probe is exploring a region no other country has managed to reach and is on a mission to collect rock and soil samples. The European Space Agency says it's no mean feat, given there's no line of sight for communication, making robotic landing operations more challenging. And David Beckham has been bonding with King Charles over beekeeping. The conversation came as former England football captain was named an ambassador of the monarch's charity, the King's Foundation. Mr. Beckham and King Charles compared beekeeping tips when they met ahead of the announcement. The foundation offers programmes to teach rural skills and aims to revitalise communities through urban regeneration. And for the latest stories, sign up to GB News Alerts by scanning the QR code on your screen or go to gbnews.com/alerts. Now it's back to Emily.
Thanks, Sophia. Now, Donald Trump's campaign has said it had shattered its own fundraising record following his felony conviction on Thursday. This comes as US President Joe Biden said the rule of law in the country had been reaffirmed by the New York jury. Now, the verdict in New York found Trump guilty on all 34 counts. Hush money case, ushering in a new and unprecedented era in US presidential politics. But will this do damage to Trump's electoral hopes of becoming president again, or can he ride the wave and spin this around in his favour? Martin Whittock, Matt Zarb-Cousin and Peymana Assad join me now to discuss this. Martin, thank you very much indeed for coming into the studio. Quite a week for Donald Trump.
Yes, it certainly has been quite a week. Unanimously guilty on all 34 counts. So he's now been found guilty of falsifying financial records in the first degree in New York State. That's a Class E felony, possibly punishable by up to 4 years in prison, though we won't know until the judge gives sentence at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, our time, 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time on the 11th of July. But what a week.
What a week. And what do you make of the fact that his donations seem to have risen? The website crashing with all the weight of all his support?
This has been consistent with the impact on the Trump base throughout the whole trial. Nothing dents the Trump base. In fact, throughout the trial, contributions towards his funds have gone up. His polling amongst the base has gone up. Nothing dents the true believers who see this as being a example of the deep state acting against their man. What they seem to forget, of course, is that both prosecution and defence vetted the jurors before the trial started. So the deep state clearly has a very, very complicated way of getting around that.
Well, I've got to push back on that. So are you saying there is not a political element to this?
Well, without a doubt, there is a politicisation of the US judicial system that is a problem. Absolutely. I mean, we have a Manhattan DA that said he was going after Trump. Well, that feeds to the Trump narrative. We've seen on the other side the heavy politicisation of the Supreme Court. The American political system is heavily politicised, obviously, and polarised, rather, but the American judicial system is also equally politicised. And that's a real problem. But the bottom line is, although many people think had it not been Trump, it wouldn't have come to trial, well, I accept all that, and as an observer, I recognise the fact it probably wouldn't have happened. Nevertheless, he has been found guilty by 12 of his peers in the USA, and that's very difficult to get around. So we have a difficult system here, a complicated system. In some ways,
I think most people can't actually understand what his crime is here.
Right, good question. Basically, he has been accused of sanctioning the payment of $130,000 to Stormy Daniels so that a story about his affair could be caught and killed. That in itself, fairly minor, a moral issue, but that's it. He has then been found guilty of falsifying records to cover that, a minor misdemeanour. But what the prosecution argued under New York law was that he did it in order to gain electoral advantage. So basically, it's the $130,000 paid, big deal, the lying about it in the finances, that's wrong. But if they can persuade the jury, as indeed they did, that a second crime was intended, they have said, effectively, to catch and kill it, to stop it going against him in the 2016 election, then it becomes this Class E felony under New York law. So it is rather convoluted, and that's what the jurors unanimously decided on all 34 counts.
Well, his people saying this is just a bookkeeping error, this is a politically motivated witch hunt. The Democrats do have to walk a tightrope on this as well. If they gloat too much...
Yes.
It plays into Trump's hands.
Indeed, because every time they do that, it feeds into the narrative that this has been driven by the Biden White House. And without a shadow of a doubt, of all the things that could have come to trial, you know, insurrection, classified documents, trying to persuade the Georgia Electoral Commission to find him some votes, etc., etc. In many ways, this is morally and politically the one least likely to do the damage to him. And yet this is probably the only one that will come to trial before the general election in November. So I agree with you. I think it is problematic. It has come from a politicised position, which is the judicial system in the USA. Clearly, there are a whole bunch of other things that have not been even talked about while this has been going on. Nevertheless, these jurors have decided that on all 34 counts, he is responsible. But it will not play clearly in that way to those people who are supporters of Trump. He'll see it as being persecution. And you can just understand where he's coming from on that front.
And just before I bring in Matt and Paymana for a comment, what's next for Trump? OK, he's going to appeal these convictions. That may go one of two ways, possibly three ways. I don't know. But he could potentially be in a prison cell throughout his campaign. How probable is that? And this isn't even the biggest case against him, is it? Or the most serious?
No. He will not go to prison. OK. It's punishable up to 4 years in prison, but he will not go to prison. Obviously, I can't preempt the judge on July the 11th, but it's the first case that's come against him, so he's a first-time offender.
But he ignored the gag order. Can't they use that against him?
Sadly not. Well, from their point of view. It's the first case he found guilty of. No violence has been involved, therefore it will not be a custodial. I can pretty much guarantee it will not be a custodial sentence. You're not going to see him and the Secret Service running America or running his presidential campaign from a cell. He won't go to prison. I think it'll be a hefty fine, but the judge will be looking for signs of remorse. Now, you might have noticed that since Thursday, remorse has not been Trump's strong suit. Corrupt judge, corrupt system, corrupt jury, etc. So it could be a large fine, and that could run to tens of millions, perhaps.
Matt, Donald Trump, if he gets re-elected, how will that go down with a potential Labour government?
Well, I think, look, the Labour Party at the moment is trying to build bridges with Trump and the Republican Party. In anticipation of that, David Lammy's gone over there to try to make friends with leading Republicans, and you've had, obviously, Starmer in his leadership campaign was talking about Trump very negatively. He was saying, you know, anyone but Trump when before the last presidential election. So I think that the Labour Party knows that they have to build bridges with the Republicans. Trump's very likely to win. I think that what's happened...
I think the Shadow Foreign Secretary has had a few choice words for him as well, as well as Sadiq Khan, the Mayor of London. Wasn't very excited about Donald Trump's visit to London, was he?
No, but I think that this will all play very well for Trump politically. I think it's already acting as a recruiting sergeant for donors. It's mobilising his base. I think the polling shows that of the undecideds, a net of 6% actually back Trump and are more likely to vote for Trump as a result of what's happened. I think clearly, clearly there is a case to be answered, and obviously he's been found guilty on all those charges. But for most people, they'll just see this as the establishment trying to stop them voting for someone, and that will actually roll them up the wrong way.
Yeah, I think so. Peymana, he does actually, believe it or not, have quite a lot of support around the world too, not just in the United States. It is a kind of man against the establishment.
I mean, I feel sorry for Americans, and the reason why I feel sorry for them is they have to make a choice between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. I personally, if I was in the US, I wouldn't vote for Joe Biden or Donald Trump. I think they're both as bad as each other. But I have personal issues with Joe Biden's policies around Afghanistan, for example, the way that he handled the evacuation. So, I'm very focused on the policy side of things, but I also see how dangerous Trump can be if he is to come into the White House. He's made comments about withdrawing from NATO. He's made comments about the European Union. He's made comments about a future Muslim ban, maybe. So there's all these issues that make me quite worried to see Donald Trump as president. But one of the other things is I think it would be really embarrassing, actually, for Americans if they were to vote for a president who is a criminal by law. And I think that's quite,
something new. Well,
I think it's
different.
I think it's quite embarrassing, and I think that the US is seen as the leader of the free world, quote unquote, right? And people look to the US a lot of the time for leadership and a lot of these things. And yeah, we haven't probably seen that with Joe Biden. And naturally, Labour would want to see a democratic government elected, because that's more natural to us. That's our sister party. But I think the choice is for Americans. Very weird.
Yes, the choice is very much for Americans. Martin?
Yeah, it's a real problem. Of course, we know from polling that the vast majority of Americans don't want a rematch between Trump and Biden. And many people think if it was somebody else other than Biden, then it would not be as close as it is. I mean, whatever happens in November, it looks like a very small number of people will decide it in a small number of swing states. And I guess the key will be, how does this play with undecideds? I mean, when people watched Orange is the New Black, they didn't quite imagine that meant Donald Trump in a prison. But will that play badly with undecideds, or will they decide that they can weather this because he's been persecuted? It's a real problem. America is deeply polarised.
It is deeply polarised, and it is quite distressing to watch, really. I mean, we have similar in this country, so much polarisation, but it seems to be up a notch in the United States. But the question that people seem to disagree madly on is whether Trump would keep the world a safer place, would make the world a safer place, or would he make it a more dangerous place? Lots of supporters of Trump say that, he didn't start any wars, he didn't intervene in any foreign countries. He actually stood up to tyrants in a way that perhaps Joe Biden hasn't done, as Peymana just said about the Afghanistan withdrawal. That was messed up, was it not?
Indeed it was.
So, Trump, safer world or more dangerous world?
I personally think it will be a more turbulent world. And I think in a more turbulent world, you don't have a safer world. There's all the information coming out of Russia is that Putin wants Trump to win because he sees a divided, conflicted America, he sees a weakened Ukraine, he sees a weakened NATO. And so whatever else Trump will do, those who are watching him who do not have our best interests at heart feel that there will be disruption in the world. So will he stand up against China on Taiwan, for example, if he won't stand up against Putin on Ukraine? Will he pull out of NATO?
Well, the pulling out of NATO thing, is that exaggerated? Because was he not just trying to pressure other countries to cough up more money?
I think there's some truth to that, and I think
you've got to say you're going to do something so that people react in a certain way, right?
And I think he had a result on that, because all across Europe, people are now putting more of their GDP into military expenditure. So there is that to it. I think the biggest problem with Trump is he is a chaos candidate. He's a turbulent candidate, and it's very, very difficult to predict what he'll do on any front. Now, to some extent, that gives him a political advantage. It keeps his enemies guessing. What will the man do? But it also means that people in, for example, the Kremlin or in Beijing will be looking to a disruptive, conflicted America and possibly a conflicted West. And I think we'll see that as being to their advantage. And in that sense, I genuinely think that a Trump victory will make it a less safe world and a more turbulent world.
Well, fascinating. Please do get in touch at home on that. Do you think Trump would equal a more dangerous world or actually a safer world? Let us know. gbnews.com/your say is the way to get in touch. Martin Whittock, thank you very much indeed. Matt Zarb-Cousin, thank you. And Peymana Assad, thank you very much indeed. Well, after the break, I'll be speaking to Eyal Baram from the Bring Them Home campaign ahead of an organised march in central London later today. Stay with us.
GB News Breakfast, every day from 6 a.m.
How prevalent is it in those with darker skin, like me?
That's a great question, and it's one that we get a lot. So your skin tone does affect your risk of skin cancer. People at the most risk are people with lighter skin tones, so light-coloured hair and eyes as well, lots of moles and freckles, a history of sunburn or a family history of skin cancer. But people with darker skin tones can still burn and can still get skin cancer. Anybody can get skin cancer. So I would encourage everybody, regardless of your ethnicity or your skin tone, to think really seriously about taking care when it's sunny. That myth that you've mentioned that black people can't get skin cancer is really prevalent, and that's something I want to dispel right now, immediately. Because more black people think maybe they can't get skin cancer, that might mean that when they spot something unusual for them, they're less likely to go to the doctor and they're diagnosed later. And when you're diagnosed later, your outcomes do tend to be worse.
So the figures are disturbing that more people are getting skin cancer. But what about outcomes? I mean, if you do get skin cancer, what are your prospects?
So yeah, like you say, this research is a mixed picture. We're seeing incidence, so the number of new cases going up, which is not good news. But there is some good news in that mortality, so whether you're going to die or not, is actually going down. And we think that's partly due to early diagnosis, which I just mentioned is so important. But also research has led to better and kinder treatments, which mean the outcomes are likely to be better. So now, if you're diagnosed at the earliest stage, stage 1, with melanoma, actually around 9 in 10 people will survive their disease for 5 years or more.
The People's Channel.
GB News is Britain's election channel.
And when the big stories break, we're tackling them on Britain's newsroom. When we disagree, and we disagree a lot, it's even livelier than normal.
We don't disagree that much.
We do.
His comedy, though, is revolting. I knew her, unlike you.
That explains Beverly Turner's temperament.
It's a bit frothy in here, isn't it?
He'll have one of me one day.
For dartball practice.
Britain's newsroom on GB News. Weekdays, 9:30 a.m.
GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Patrick Christie's. Every weeknight from 9, I bring you 2 hours of unmissable, explosive debate and headline-grabbing interviews. What impact has that had?
We got death threats and the bomb threat and so on.
Our job is to do what's in the best interest of our country.
You made my argument for me. My guests and I tackle the issues that really matter, with a sharp take on every story.
I'm hearing it up and down the country. That was a beginning, not an end.
Patrick Christie's tonight from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Well, welcome back. Now, in the past days, President Biden has announced a new ceasefire proposal deal between Israel and Hamas that is now being considered by both sides. Now, as 240 days have passed since the horrific attacks on October the 7th, 125 hostages are still being held by the terrorist organisation Hamas. Later on today, a march is being organised in central London involving 24 countries, hostage family members and delegations of all religions and faiths who are joining forces to try and ensure that the world does not forget the plight of those hostages. So to discuss this, I am joined now by one of the organisers and founders of the 7th of October Human Chain Project, Eyal Baram. Thank you very much for joining me, Eyal. Now, I understand this rally protest is going to take place at 2 o'clock today. What's happening?
We're going to march today in 2 o'clock from Lincoln Square. We invite all the people here around London to join us. We believe this is one of the most important causes today, ending the conflict. The solution starts by bringing back the hostages, and that's why we are calling for the immediate release of everyone. We know, unfortunately, that many of them have been murdered in captivity, and that's why it's urgent to bring them home now. We support any initiative that will be part of bringing them home while keeping and securing the future and the security of Israel. We believe that there are some opportunities on the table. We are not the government. We are a civic society organization who understands how important it is for the families and for the hostages themselves to bring them the opportunity returning back home.
I mean, it's hard to imagine after so many days to be a family member of one of these hostages, just thinking about not knowing what they've been going through, having no idea of what their condition might be, whether they're unwell, whether they're healthy, whether they've been harmed, or, you know, even worse. People just don't know.
Unfortunately, the testimonies we heard from some people who returned alive from captivity is about sexual attacks and some overt attacks among both men and women, and that's why we are worried. We understand that many of them, as I mentioned, and from the understanding of the IDF, are already not alive and been murdered in captivity, and that's why we call for this immediate campaign releasing them. We believe this is an international one that starts here in the UK, in the US, in other places, to push Qatar and other countries that support Hamas to make sure that these hostages will happen.
Now, political figures in this country are often calling for a ceasefire, and then they say, and the release of the hostages. You say that it should be release of the hostages first, and then we can talk about a ceasefire.
I think every Israeli right now, and I'm speaking on the consensus, understand that there are two legitimate goals for this war. The first one is the release of the hostages, and the second one is to dismantle the military power of Hamas, that they will not be able and capable to launch another October 7. We believe that Hamas right now is dismantled. There is still a long work to do to achieve it, but in the short term, if we will not return the hostages right now, any ceasefire is not be able in the short future, and more than that, many of them will not survive the captivity, and that's why it's so important to make sure they will return.
Do you think it's possible to completely dismantle Hamas?
I don't think the short future. That's a future, and that's a challenge. That's why President Biden, who is a true supporter of Israel, Prime Minister Rishi-Mogg, and many people around this country, both in the Labour Party, understand that Israel should stay protected, and that's why Hamas should never exist. But it's not a short mission that you can do in a couple of months. It will take years, and that's why in the short term we have to promise the return of the hostages.
And as you'll know, there is a bit of a social media battle going on at the moment. Lots of people sharing a picture saying all eyes on Rafah, and then you also have Israelis and other people sharing one saying, where were your eyes on October the 7th, or something to that effect. Do you worry that first image, I read it's been shared, 47 million plus times. Do you worry that Israel has lost that PR battle?
I do believe we lost the PR battle, and I think this is by numbers. Israelis are so few, and there are so many people who support the Palestinian cause, unfortunately, without even knowing the facts. I have these debates on a daily basis. I'm a student here in London, and I feel how the campus's environment has been changed, how Jews and Israelis...
Where are you, if you don't mind?
I'm studying in London Business School, not far from here. And I'm afraid that if we will not be able to stop the anti-Israel environment, who in the end of the day starts with Jews and Israelis and will never end there. We saw it in the past, and it will happen also in the future. And it brings me from the understanding that, maybe in the short future we lost the war about on the PR, but we should not lose the war for bringing back the hostages, and the most important cause, promising the future of Israel, which is starting by having security for the country.
Are you sure that Benjamin Netanyahu has not made a miscalculation here? You see the footage from Gaza, people losing their lives. Yes, of course, the aim is to rid Gaza of Hamas, but there has been a lot of collateral, and people don't want to see that.
I think also we as an Israeli do not want to see it. We didn't start the war, and we're trying to eliminate the casualties of non-combatants. The challenge is Hamas continue to be to hide themselves behind innocent people. We tried to attack with a specific ammunition. I was fighting in Gaza. I was part of the IDF. I served there. I was fighting in 2014 in the war there. I believe that the IDF is doing all in its capacity. It's not always possible, and we should eliminate any threat for any innocent people, but it's not always possible when you're fighting an army like Hamas, a terrorist group like Hamas, and that's why we should, and as I mentioned before, we should not understand and forget why we started the war. And that's why the hostages is an important topic that we should always remind for people here in the UK and elsewhere around the world how important it is to bring them home, and that will be the beginning of the end of this war.
And what's it like, tell me, what's it like psychologically to live in a country where you have neighbours who simply do not want you to exist as a nation? What is that like psychologically?
Psychologically, it's very challenging. Israel, in its 75 years of history, live next to countries and neighbors who try to do all in its capacity to eliminate Israel from the map and from the history, and promised, we're speaking about Egypt and Syria in the past, and about Iran right now in the current situation, supporting both Hezbollah in Lebanon and Hamas in Gaza. And this is just part of the smaller campaign that will be much larger after they will achieve dismantling and eliminating Israel. They will continue for the West. And that's why we believe that we are, as a country, having a big challenge to live our life, but we built such a beautiful country with a diverse society, and it's all part of having our ability to having an allies in the Western world. And that's why the support coming here from the UK, from the US and other countries is important. We believe that the governments understand it and understand what is the threat for the future of the world. It starts in Iran, it continues in Gaza, and if we will not stop it there, it will also get here to the streets of London.
Now, this rally today, how many people are you expecting, and are you expecting any counter to this?
I hope there will not be any counter, because everyone should work for the most humanitarian causes, which is bringing the hostages back home. We're expecting tens of thousands of people, as I mentioned, starting in 2 p.m. in Lincoln Square, working to the Whitehall. We hope for tens of thousands that will join us from all faiths, both Jews, Christians, Muslim, everyone. If you support the humanitarian causes in Gaza, so the first one is bringing back the hostages. That will be benefiting both the lives of the Israelis and also the life of the Gazans.
Well, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you very much.
Good luck with your rally. Eyal Biram from the Human Chain Project, October the 7th. Thank you very much indeed. Now, after the break, we'll be looking at why Nigel Farage and Foreign Minister Anne-Marie Trevelyan fueled a bit of a fiery debate this week over whether some British Muslims share the same values. But first, the latest headlines with Sophia Windsor.
Emily, thank you. From the GB Newsroom at 12:30, your headlines. Migration is being included in Labour's manifesto, with the party promising to reduce the number if it wins the general election. Sir Keir Starmer says he'll introduce new laws to train British workers to plug gaps in the job market and strengthen anti-exploitation laws. Speaking to The Sun on Sunday, he said last year's net migration figure of 685,000 has to come down. He didn't put a time frame or a target figure on his promise, though. Meanwhile, the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats are focusing on the NHS today. The Tories say they'll build 100 new GP surgeries and modernise 150 others to help make more appointments available. The party has also pledged to build 50 new diagnostic centres. The plans would be paid for by cutting the number of NHS managers to pre-pandemic levels. And the Lib Dems have attacked the government's record on health and are promising to reverse £1 billion of Conservative cuts. The party says it would fund local services by cracking down on tax evasion. Deputy Leader Daisy Cooper accused the Tories of decimating public funding, saying it's left Britain with a ticking time bomb of health challenges. And the Met Police has confirmed 53 people were arrested at Wembley as it hosted the Champions League final. Thousands of football fans were at the stadium to watch Real Madrid beat Borussia Dortmund. Police say 5 were arrested for pitch invasion and dozens of others for attempting to breach security, trying to get in without tickets. And for the latest story, sign up to GB News Alerts by scanning the QR code on your screen or go to gbnews.com/alerts. And now Emily will be back after the short break.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
So the UK's most popular baby names have been revealed, with Noah and Olivia again topping the annual list. In at number 2 is Mohammed. for boys. List is on the screen here. Number 3 for boys is George, then it goes Olivia, then it's Leo, Arthur, and so on. And for girls, so Olivia is number 1, then Amelia, Isla, Ava, Lily, Ivy, Freya. There we go. Any of those names take your pick? Where's Dawn, by the way?
Well, yeah, there's on the Telegraph website, right, there's a really good way linked into this where you can actually put your name into the search engine, and these are names from 2022, by the way, and it tells you how common your name was. And I did put Dawn in, it's never been that popular. Can't think why. And there were only 5 babies named Dawn in 2022.
Really? That's surprising.
It's not
Wow.
Full confession here, right? My middle name, Mum, I hate you, is Maureen. Why is everyone laughing? My middle name is Maureen, which is a good old-fashioned East End name, and that has completely died out. There were no babies named Maureen.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Names like Keith, for example, Peter. Would you call a baby these days Keith or Ian? Baby Ian?
Without a doubt. I feel like I'm in a persecuted minority, you see, because later on, when I'm watching the boxing with Terry, Steve, Mick, Phil and Kev, right, and Peter, there are no such names featuring in this list. We are dying out. Our names will soon be gone forever, and I feel victimised by it.
Likewise, I should think we should start a campaign group and go on a protest march through London.
Hans, what do you make about Mohammed being number 2 for boys' names?
You know, I'm not going to comment on people. You know, they're going to call what they want to call. What I find interesting is people that do double barrel because they can't decide, and you know, a lot of people do that, and that's a bit difficult because I think you should just pick a name. You know.
I tell you names that are falling down the list though: Harry and Meghan.
Are the newspapers getting you down?
My wife didn't divorce me that month.
Struggling to separate the wheat from the chaff?
I know that it's a bit of a circus at the best of times.
Well, don't worry, Headliners has got you covered. We'll take the burden of reading the day's news, and if we get depressed, who cares? It's an occupational hazard, frankly. That's Headliners on GB News from 11 p.m. till midnight, and the following morning, 5 till 6 a.m. on GB News, the comedy channel. Nah, just kidding. Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, every Sunday at 9:30 when I'll be interviewing the key players in British politics and taking them to task.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial.
With an upcoming election looming over Westminster, now is the time for clear, honest answers.
I agree.
And that's precisely what I'll get.
Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's election channel.
Well, welcome back. Now, last weekend, the honorary president of Reform UK, Nigel Farage, was accused of Islamophobia after claiming during a Sky News interview that a growing number of young people in this country do not subscribe to British values, later clarifying that he was referring to Muslims. Now, to back this up, he cited recent surveys that say 46% of British Muslims support Hamas, support a terror organisation prescribed in this country. Now, the Foreign Office Minister, Anne-Marie Trevelyan, also claimed in an interview this week that some Muslims in Britain want to challenge fundamental UK values. But what's the truth here? Do British Muslims not share the same values as other integrated communities? Well, joining me now to discuss this is author and researcher Dr. Akiba San and deputy editor of Spiked, Fraser Myers. Fraser, I'll start with you. How are you? Thank you for coming on the show today.
Thanks for having me.
Now, this is a very difficult one, isn't it? Nigel Farage made these comments on another broadcaster, essentially suggesting that some British people don't belong here. That's essentially what he was saying. They don't subscribe to our values and the like. Is there truth to that, or do you think that he was exaggerating?
I think he was exaggerating. I think there are very good reasons to question that polling, suggesting that a near, almost half of Muslims support Hamas. I don't believe that at all. I think, there are problems with the questioning and the wording of that polling that made people pick that option, for instance. We can go into that in a bit of detail later, perhaps. And again, I don't think it would be right to say that anything like a majority of British Muslims are against British values or are, somehow hostile to the nation they live in. But what there is a deeper underlying problem of Islamism within very small pockets of the Muslim community. And I worry that the reaction to Farage's comments, immediately dismissing them as Islamophobic, could derail that conversation that we need to have. And the general election is a good time to have that conversation, I think. Some of the issues, for instance, that we need to be talking about are Islamist terrorism. Islamist terrorism remains the predominant terror threat. I mean, from 7/7 onwards, I think it's 94 people have been killed by Islamist extremist terrorists compared to just 3 by the far right. We have serious problems of anti-Semitism within the Muslim community. Again, nothing anywhere close to a majority by any means of the imagination, but slightly worse than the population as a whole. We also have a problem of sort of a creeping blasphemy laws coming into Britain, where people have been sent into hiding for insulting Muhammad or showing cartoons of Muhammad or defacing the Quran. Those are serious problems that we need our politicians to get on top of, and they can't be derailed. They shouldn't be derailed by either accusations of Islamophobia, and nor should people be exaggerating the scale of them as well, because that's not helpful either.
But Fraser, how do our politicians talk about this without being accused of Islamophobia? Because they are essentially targeting British Muslims with their comments, and a lot of people aren't willing to even accept the difference between Islamist and Muslim sometimes. I'm seeing quite a lot of that. People saying, oh, you don't mean Islamist, you just mean all Muslims. How do politicians get around this?
Yeah, that is a real problem. And I think there are almost sort of parallel problems on the right and the left where, so someone like Nigel Farage will say, Hamas represents British Muslims, or not quite that, but you know what I mean, stretched in that direction. And then you'll have people on the left, or often actually sometimes just people in the authorities, who will say, oh, you can't talk about Islamist extremism because that will offend Muslims. Well, I'm sorry, Muslims are not offended by discussions of Islamist extremism. Muslims are worried about Islamist extremism. In fact, there's evidence to say that they're more willing to talk to the authorities if they suspect someone as being an extremist. So we have to knock this idea on the head that it's an impossible discussion to have. We just need politicians to be braver, I think, essentially, in confronting these things.
I mean, Dr. Rakib Hassan, good to speak to you as well on this. Yesterday, we saw a huge protest in central London, led by Tommy Robinson. Lots of people out with union flags. They were protesting two-tier policing, but there were some chants that have been captured in footage that could be deemed Islamophobic. Rakib, where are we with all of this? Because we see so many different protests, all different politics, and most of us just want a cohesive society.
Oh, no, absolutely, Emily. That is ultimately what the vast majority of the British population want. They want a stable, cohesive society for them to live in, along with their children, and if they're old enough, their grandchildren as well. I'd make the point, I don't want to give yesterday's protests too much significance. There's a variety of sources suggesting that it wasn't particularly large in number, especially when you compare it to the number of the pro-Palestine demonstrations which have taken place with regularity over the past few months. But going back to the discussion about British Muslims, I think we need to get away from that phrase British Muslim community. We're talking about an incredibly diverse population. And I think you make such a good point about drawing out that differentiation between Islamists and British Muslims. Now, if you actually look at existing survey data, the level of concern over Islamist extremism, which is the principal terror threat in the UK, the level of concern among British Muslims is actually very similar to the wider public. I'd actually make the argument that moderate British Muslims who simply want to get on with their lives, they actually face various forms of Islamist intimidation, attempted coercion on a far more regular basis than the vast majority of the non-Muslim population in the UK. So I think we just need a bit more nuance in this debate. I think Nigel Farage's comments, which I took issue with and actually wrote about in The Spectator. Of course, there's concerns in terms of the level of segregation within certain British Muslim communities. Fraser there's talked about higher than normal levels of anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic conspiratorial beliefs. I think that more recently we've even seen this worrying rise in Islamo-Nazism, where you're seeing radicalized young British Muslims indulging in the glorification of Nazi Germany, glorifying Adolf Hitler. So there are very problematic trends. But what you need to do, we need to work more with decent-hearted British Muslims who take pride in their British identity. There's far more than some people may think, and really work with them in terms of trying to create that cohesive society that we want to live in. Because if they're increasingly sidelined, and if our politicians actually platform the more vocal and divisive elements of the population, then we won't make much headway at all.
Yes, there's an issue with platforming the extremes of any community. Rakib, though, with Nigel did make the point that younger British Muslims may have more extreme views. Is that something that you see as well? Because people do assume that, you know, when people come to this country, that future generations will, you know, have more British values, so to speak. But could it be going the other way? Unfortunately, that younger Muslims are more, you know, listening to more of these sort of conspiracies about the Jews or whatever else it is.
I think what's interesting is that we're not as traditional as we used to be as a society. As you know, Emily, there's growing forms of family breakdown. I think there's been a loss of community spirit which has come with industrial decline in many parts of the country. There's rampant loneliness among the elderly. So I think with that, our mainstream society has become less traditional. In my view, there's been growing levels of secularism and indeed individualism. So I think what you might see a backlash to that, or a cultural resistance to that, among British-born Muslims who will still retain a strong attachment to their faith and may have more traditional views. I mean, I'll just give another example. It's almost become mainstream political debate in terms of actually discussing whether a biological male could even be considered a woman. Now, even among the more liberal sections of the British Muslim population, think, hang on, this is all a bit weird. This is a bit bizarre. So I think that we really need to understand these cultural trends when we're trying to look to establish a more cohesive society. And there are various challenges on that front.
Sadly, we're going to have to leave it there. We could have talked about this all afternoon, but I'll let you both go. Dr. Rakib Hassan and also Fraser Myers. Really great to speak to you about such an important and interesting subject. Now, after the break, it'll be time to cook up a storm. Brian George, a.k.a. the Grill Master, will be here for our Taste of Britain. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome to your GB News weather update brought to you by the Met Office. Well, there'll still be plenty of sunshine to end the weekend. A bit cloudier in the north though, and a little bit breezier here too. Now, why is this? Well, we currently have high pressure dominating the weather across the UK, but notice this weather front moving into the northwest of the country and a slight squeeze in the isobars here too. For the rest of the afternoon though, plenty of sunshine across the country, some quite unbroken sunshine at times across central and southern areas. Cloudier in the northwest though, and we'll start to see some rain and drizzle feed into the northwest of Scotland and parts of Northern Ireland as well. But where you do catch the sunshine, it'll be feeling lovely and warm, warmer than yesterday in fact. But across Scotland, a bit of a cooler feel, particularly in that quite brisk breeze. Into the evening as well, we will continue to see quite a cloudy picture across Scotland. That rain and drizzle continuing to sweep into northwestern areas, a little bit heavy at times, particularly across any western hills. Similar to across the Northern Ireland and the rest of northern England, a bit of a cloudier picture still here with the odd spot of rain and drizzle, but elsewhere plenty of sunny spells leading to some late evening sunshine to finish the weekend. Through the course of the night, however, we are going to continue to see more and more of this cloud feed in from the north, still with the odd spot of rain and drizzle, particularly in areas of the northwest. Probably staying clearest for longest in the far south, where it'll be a little bit cooler. But elsewhere, it's going to be quite a cloudy night on offer and quite a mild night too. Most towns and cities not really dropping below double digits. But as I say, still a little bit cooler under those clearer spells down in the south. So a brighter start here across the far south, but generally it is going to be a cloudier picture for all, still with those spots of rain and drizzle in the northwest. We will start to see some brighter spells into the afternoon, just poke through the cloud, particularly across Scotland where we will see some sunshine. However, still quite a brisk breeze, which is going to take the edge off the temperatures still, but it should be still feeling pleasant in those sunnier spots.
Sunday nights on GB News. From 6, Neil Oliver. At 7, it's Free Speech Nation with Andrew Doyle. At 9, Mark Dolan. And at 11, get set for the week ahead with headliners. Tomorrow's papers tonight. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Emily Carver. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking, this is a nightmare for the Conservatives again. Down to earth. It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it? And most importantly, honest. Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them. Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Pearce. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Well, welcome back. We are a nation that loves a barbecue, but we don't often get to roll them out due to the obnoxious weather. Nonetheless, the 28th National Barbecue Week officially begins tomorrow on June the 3rd to encourage more people to become barbecue masters as they spend time outdoors and enjoy meals with their loved ones. So I am now joined by Brian George, the former National Barbecue Association president and founder of National Barbecue Week. He's here to share some sizzling barbecue tips and recipes. So you're known as the Grill Master. How did you get that recognition?
I know, it's scary, isn't it? I mean, I created National Barbecue Week back in 1997.
Yeah.
Back in those days, barbecue was a metal box, tin box on legs, burnt sausage in the back, raw in the middle, burnt on the outside, doused in ketchup, tasted horrible. And what we've done over the last 28 years is gradually to get people to do gastro grilling. So now it's what we call the sausage to swordfish, burger to bruschetta evolution. And you're just as likely to get a swordfish steak on there as you are a burger.
Swordfish steak,
It's
that
changed.
sounds nice.
It's
It has
changed.
changed. We're all getting rather sophisticated, aren't we?
Yeah, and the grills have changed along with that. As I said, once upon a time, they literally were tin trays on legs, and they rusted and fell apart after a season. Nowadays, you've got multi-control gas burners.
Yeah.
You've got really huge charcoal smokers. You've got griddles, which are now making a big impact. And yeah, I mean, it's changed. And of course, we've all, as a nation, become much more foodies. So we're all so much more interested in food.
Yeah, we are really a nation of foodies, absolutely. Before you tell me your general tips and tricks for a good barbecue, I wonder, one question that I have, is how do you avoid that sort of burnt on the outside, raw on the inside thing with a sausage?
Do you know the easiest answer to that?
Go on.
Take it low and slow.
Low and slow, OK.
And never, ever, with a sausage, never, ever use a fork.
Why not?
Because if you prick the casing...
Yeah.
Then all the fat oozes out and it flares up, and that's why you get it burnt. And...
That's why you get the disaster.
Pair of tongs.
Pair of tongs. OK, noted for my next barbecue. And also, I read, when I was doing my research about you, I read that you're not too keen on these disposable barbecues. The ones that people have in the park when they're not allowed.
I think they're, over the last 4 or 5 years, they've become really... We say ditch the disposable. Don't do it. There have been terrible stories about people barbecuing on the beach. Nothing wrong with that, as long as you do it responsibly. And then finishing, digging a hole in the sand, burying it, still hot, put the sand over the top, and of course, kids have run over it. Terrible burns, dogs have run it. And of course, the disposables, moorland fires. I mean, it's just...
I mean, in hot countries, they have them sort of fixed on the beach or whatever.
Yeah.
But so tell me what you've brought with you.
Right, OK, so this year, National Barbecue Week, 28th year, is sponsored by some key brands, like Leviathan, which is now the UK's #1 French wine.
We're still just looking at the food. Let's get to the wine. Get to the wine, yeah. Jacob's crackers, which are the #1 crackers. Really interesting sauce. This is Sarson's Dip and Drizzle. Which
is garlic and original malt. Great for pouring over the sausages or the burgers. Or even the
chicken.
Even the chicken, yeah.
Even the chicken.
And then we've got Bird's Eye Steam Fresh, and these are incredible. I defy anyone to know the difference on the chicken dippers. The chicken dippers are so chickeny, except they're not. They're made from wheat protein. And the burgers are so meaty, except they're not. They're made from pea protein. You can't, honestly, you can't tell the difference.
So I'll be able to dish these out for my vegetarian friends.
Yeah, absolutely.
My vegetarian friends, are they vegan too? Probably.
Yep, absolutely.
So there you go, your vegan.
And even the
dippers.
packaging is disposable.
I love chicken dippers.
Yeah.
They're one of my
they are really good.
favourite little things to have when I just need something quick. So yes, in terms of tips for hosting a good barbecue.
I think there are three things. Booze, blues and barbecues.
Okay.
Blues, you can have whatever music you want. But obviously you need some drink, you need some great food. It's a good idea to plan. So set a theme, whether it's American or South African or Japanese, which is really hot now, or South
Korean
American. Korean's really cool. Set a theme, and then get the music, get the food, and it's all about barbecue. I suppose in a way is the antithesis of fast food.
Yeah. Because
it's the idea is that you, as I said earlier on, you take it low and slow, but also you chill. And it's a much healthier... I mean, you're outside, and hopefully the sun is today. Hopefully the sun's shining, and it's so much more relaxing, so you can chill.
Yeah.
And it's become the nation's #1... I mean, when we started...
My dad doesn't mean barbecue,
Really?
I have to say. Perhaps he'll invite me over this summer.
Well, when we started off back in '97, there were 9 million barbecues
I'm
a
terribly
year.
sorry, but you're going to have to save that story because we've actually run out of time. So thank you very much indeed, Brian George, a.k.a. the Grill Master, and thank you to all my guests who came in today. Up next, it's GB News Sunday with Dawn Neeson. Michael Portillo, I believe, will be back next week, but I'll be back tomorrow at 12 o'clock.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello and welcome to your GB News weather update brought to you by the Met Office. Well, there'll still be plenty of sunshine to end the weekend. A bit cloudier in the north, though, and a little bit breezier here too. Now, why is this? Well, we currently have high pressure dominating the weather across the UK, but notice this weather front moving into the northwest of the country and a slight squeeze in the isobars here too. For the rest of the afternoon, though, plenty of sunshine across the country, some quite unbroken sunshine at times across central and southern areas. Cloudier in the northwest, though, and we'll start to see some rain and drizzle feed into the northwest of Scotland and parts of Northern Ireland as well. But where you do catch the sunshine, it'll be feeling lovely and warm, warmer than yesterday, in fact. But across Scotland, a bit of a cooler feel, particularly in that quite brisk breeze. Into the evening as well, we will continue to see quite a cloudy picture across Scotland. That rain and drizzle continuing to sweep into northwestern areas, a little bit heavy at times, particularly across any western hills. Similar to across the Northern Ireland and the rest of northern England, bit of a cloudier picture still here with the odd spot of rain and drizzle, but elsewhere plenty of sunny spells leading to some late evening sunshine to finish the weekend. Through the course of the night, however, we are going to continue to see more and more of this cloud feed in from the north, still with the odd spot of rain and drizzle, particularly in areas of the northwest. Probably staying clearest for longest in the far south, where it'll be a little bit cooler. But elsewhere, it's going to be quite a cloudy night on offer and quite a mild night too. Most towns and cities not really dropping below double digits. But as I say, still a little bit cooler under those clearer spells down in the south. So a brighter start here across the far south, but generally it is going to be a cloudier picture for all, still with those spots of rain and drizzle in the northwest. We will start to see some brighter spells into the afternoon, just poke through the cloud, particularly across Scotland where we will see some sunshine. However, still quite a brisk breeze, which is going to take the edge off the temperatures still, but it should be still feeling pleasant in those sunnier spots.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
It's the Great British Summer Giveaway. And have we got a prize for you? There's a totally tax-free £15,000 in cash to make your summer spectacular. Spend that extra cash however you like. You'll also win a brand new iPhone, Apple AirPods, and if that wasn't enough, a £500 voucher to spend at your favourite UK attraction, so you can enjoy amazing days out this year. For a chance to win the iPhone, treats and £15,000 cash, text prize to 63232. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message, or post your name and number to GB06 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 28th of June. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
GB News is Britain's election channel.
And when the big stories break, we're tackling them on Britain's newsroom. When we disagree, and we disagree a lot, it's even livelier than normal.
We don't disagree that much.
We do.
His comedy, though, is revolting. I knew her, unlike you.
That explains Beverly Turner's temperament.
It's a bit frothy in here, isn't it?
He'll have one of me one day.
For dartball practice.
Britain's newsroom on GB News. Weekdays, 9:30 a.m.
GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Nana Acquia. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
We're GB News, and we come from a proud tradition of British journalism.
That's why I'm so excited to be here. It's something so new.
The first news channel to be launched in Britain in over 30 years.
Launched to represent the views of the British people. To go where other broadcasters refuse to go.
How did you find out about the story in the first place?
Launched with one aim.
To be the fearless champion of Britain.
It's an absolutely fantastic atmosphere here.
This is GB News.
GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Simon Evans, and this is GB News, Britain's news channel.
This is GB News, and we are Britain's election channel.
This vote may seem to be about the politicians in the media, but it's actually about you.
And we won't ever forget that.
Join us up and down the country as we follow every moment together.
Now, more than ever, it's important to hear
all sides as you make your decision ahead of polling day.
We're here for you.
This is GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's election channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello and welcome to GB News Sunday, and never mind the ballots, it's a Sunday lunchtime, the sun's shining and we're going to have some fun. So thank you for joining us this lunchtime. I'm Dawn Neeson. For the next 2 hours I'll be keeping you company on telly, online and on digital radio. Cracking show coming up, you don't want to miss any of it. The Tory general election campaign hit more troubles yesterday as a new poll gives Labour its biggest lead since Liz Truss. Do you think the Tories stand a chance, or does the lettuce have more of a chance? Then Starmer says he will crack down on foreign visas to cut immigration and vows to ban bad bosses as he outlines his plans to replace them with unemployed Brits. OK. And is Sir Ed Davies' unorthodox approach ruining his election chances, or is it genius in disguise? He's been out and about performing publicity stunts, paddleboarding, water sliding, downhill cycling, but to be fair, we are talking about him, aren't we? So is his tomfoolery actually working? But this show is nothing about me, it's all about you and your views. So let us know the thoughts on all the stories we're talking about. Oh, look, come on, what you want to talk about, just let me know. You can talk about my fringe if you want, you normally do. It's very simple. Visit gbnews.com/your say and join the conversation, or message me on our socials. We're at GB News, and I'm going to read out even the really nasty ones today. There, that's a promise. But first, here's the news with Sophia Wesley.
Dawn, thank you. Good afternoon. It's 1 minute past one. I'm Sophia Wensler in the GB newsroom. Migration is being included in Labour's manifesto, with the party promising to reduce the number if it wins the general election. Sir Keir Starmer says he'll introduce new laws to train British workers to plug gaps in the job market and strengthen anti-exploitation laws. Speaking to The Sun on Sunday, he said last year's net migration figure of 685,000 has to come down. Shadow Home Secretary Yvette Cooper says it's not wise to put up a timeframe or a target figure on the promise.
Well, net migration has trebled in the last 5 years under the Conservatives. One of the biggest drivers of that has been work migration. We're not setting a target, a specific target on it. And the reason for that is partly because the Conservatives have just effectively ripped up all the targets that they've set over many years. They've discredited the whole process. But also, more importantly, because there are short-term factors that can affect the numbers. And what we think instead is we need to have a long-term approach that is about bringing net migration down and tackling the failings in the system.
Meanwhile, the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats are focusing on the NHS today. The Tories say they'll build 100 new GP surgeries and modernise 150 others to help make appointments more accessible. The party has also pledged to build 50 new diagnostic centres. The plans would be paid for by cutting the number of NHS managers to pre-pandemic levels. Health Secretary Victoria Atkins says working to make the NHS better.
My job as Health Secretary, for example, is to explain our vision for our NHS, which is to reform it to make it faster, simpler and fairer. And some of the announcements I have today concerning GP surgeries, concerning Pharmacy First and community diagnostic centres are the ways that we will help deliver that over the coming years. We are going to fund this. It's fully funded. We're going to fund it partly through a reduction of managers in the NHS.
And the Lib Dems have attacked the government's record on health and are promising to reverse £1 billion of Conservative cuts. The party says it would fund local services by cracking down on tax evasion. Deputy Leader Daisy Cooper accused the Tories of decimating public funding, saying it's left Britain with a ticking time bomb of health challenges. In other news, the Met Police has confirmed 53 people were arrested at Wembley as it hosted the Champions League final. Thousands of football fans were at the stadium to watch Real Madrid beat Borussia Dortmund. Police say 5 were arrested for pitch invasion and dozens of others for attempting to breach security, trying to get in without tickets. There's division in Israel over the proposed ceasefire deal to end the war in Gaza. Protests broke out overnight in Tel Aviv, one against the government, the other calling for the release of hostages. They want a deal agreed that would see the return of Israelis kidnapped by Hamas in October last year. 2 senior right-wing ministers have threatened to quit and bring down the coalition government if Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu agrees to the US-brokered deal. In a historic first, China has successfully landed a spacecraft on the dark side of the moon. The unmanned Chang'e 6 lunar probe is exploring a region no other country has managed to reach and is on a mission to collect rock and soil samples. The European Space Agency says it's no mean feat, given there's no line of sight for communication, making robotic landing operations more challenging. And David Beckham has been bonding with King Charles over bees. The former England football captain compared beekeeping tips with the monarch as he was named an ambassador of the King's Foundation. The charity offers programmes to teach traditional skills and aims to promote urban regeneration and sustainable food production. David Beckham says he's excited to help raise awareness of the charity's work. And for the latest stories, sign up to GB News Alerts by scanning the QR code on your screen or go to gbnews.com/alerts. Now it's back to GB News Sunday.
Thank you very much, Sophia. That's a lovely picture of King Charles and David Beckham, isn't it? And perish the thought that little cynical me is wondering who wants a knighthood. Any case, let's get stuck into today's story, shall we? I told you about the fringe. The Tory general election campaign hit more troubles yesterday as a new poll gives Labour its biggest lead since Liz Truss, the lettuce, remember? A survey by Opinion has Sir Keir Starmer's party up 4 points to 45%, with the Tories down 2 to 25%, putting Labour on course for a landslide victory. Things you never hear, do you? Joining me now is GB News political correspondent Catherine Forster to explain more about the latest doom and gloom for Rishi Sunak and the Conservatives. Take it away, Catherine.
Yes, well, the Conservatives had hoped that the polls would have started to shift by now. Where are we? Day 11 of the election campaign. Following these policy announcements on national service, on the triple lock plus, etc. But, you know, the MRP poll that forecast the Conservatives down to about 70 seats. That was done a few days ago, but the polls that broke last night were pretty much bang up to date, and there's no sign of the polls shifting at all. In fact, if anything, it looks like it's getting worse for the Prime Minister at the moment. I was on the bus with the Conservatives and the Prime Minister briefly yesterday. The Prime Minister seems incredibly upbeat and energetic. Despite the polls, of course, he'll say, well, it doesn't matter what the polls say. The only poll that matters is July the 4th. But clearly, they're going to be very concerned about this. They feel that they've got the policies, that they've got the momentum. But it's quite possible that a large portion of the electorate have simply stopped listening to what the Conservatives have to say, that they're so fed up after 14 years and they are ready for change, and that they're going to go for Labour, who are playing it very safe. They're just holding a lot of the time that one word, change. Change is everywhere. They're not making massive announcements. Will that be enough?
Change. I mean, there's another word I've now added to my Brexit banned list of words. Change is one of them. I mean, that's all people are voting for, is it change? Because they're not actually voting for policy, they're just voting to get the Tories out. But I want to talk about the really important stuff, Catherine. You've been on the battle bus. You've seen it there. I must admit that logo on the side, it looks like a new washing powder to me, but what do I know? What's it like on the battle bus? Give us the goss, come on.
Yeah, it was unveiled with great excitement yesterday in Redcar in the sunshine. It's pretty flash, I have to say. It's got very nice seats. I was sitting facing backwards, which is slightly strange, but it's good for people filming you when you're talking. And there's a fridge. Angela Rayner has been showing off the Labour battle bus and its fridge and its contents, a lettuce with some eyes on. I wonder if that's a dig at Liz Truss. But anyway, I can tell you that the Conservative battle bus has a fridge, coffee machines, etc., but also 2 ovens. 2 ovens. 2?
That's ready for all those oven-ready deals that we've got, possibly not, or an oven-ready stuffing or something along those lines. Oh, yeah, we can see Angela Rayner now. This is a TikTok video. Labour are really going for the young vote, aren't they, by doing everything on TikTok? To be fair, it is quite funny. Yeah, she's about to get the lettuce out. There's a lettuce in that fridge, I believe. Go for it, Angela. Come on. Get a wriggle on, girl. Oh, God, TikTok videos go on for so long, don't you? If you're listening on the radio, I do apologise, but it's Angela Rayner getting a lettuce with googly eyes out of the Labour battle bus fridge. But, Catherine, just quickly, before you go, Catherine, very, very quickly, there was a piece in one of the papers yesterday about life on the campaign trail on the battle buses being all sex, drugs and rock and roll. Catherine?
Well, yeah, I did read that piece by Cleo Watson. I would say, obviously, she was on quite a few election campaigns with Boris Johnson, etc., also in the States. I think it's a bit different under Rishi Sunak and Sir Keir Starmer. They're quite sensible, aren't they? They're very diligent. They're very hardworking, you know, and the same could be said for their team. So the Prime Minister is, of course, teetotal. So, yeah, there's another 4.5 weeks to go. We'll have to see. But at the moment, the most exciting thing I can tell you about it is that there's 2 ovens on the bus.
4 weeks on a teetotal bus. Catherine Forster, thoughts and prayers with you. Good luck, my lovely. Thank you very much, Catherine Forster. Right, OK, we've got a great panel for you. It's girl power today, by the way. Sorry about that, boys. But let's see what my panel make of this. I'm joined by a former Labour Party advisor, the lovely Scarlett Maguire, and writer and columnist and journalist, the equally lovely Emma Wall. Proper girl thing going on here. Now, do we want to talk about sex, drugs and rock and roll and battle buses? You've been a Labour advisor, Scarlett, haven't you?
Yeah, but I've never been on the battle bus. I was remembering that there was some guy who will remain nameless. I think he was writing for The Observer, and he was thrown off for snorting heroin.
You're joking? No. Oh, really? How long ago was it?
2001. I think. I mean, it was. I mean, it wasn't that long. He didn't make a secret about it.
It might not have been that newspaper. We can't remember which newspaper it was, but I mean, we don't want to identify anyone because they're not here to defend themselves or anything.
No,
like that,
it was quite a story. This wasn't particularly secret. I mean, I think that Catherine has sort of intimated that the battle buses with Boris Johnson were rather more fun, and I think that. I think that what the journalists do on the battle bus is sort of rather different to what the politicians do.
I'm sure Catherine wouldn't put a toe wrong. She's a very,
no,
very
absolutely, but I think
lady.
there are some journalists. I mean, in the old days, I used to be considered a teetotaler because I didn't drink at lunchtime, right? I mean, oh yeah. Yeah,
but this is the thing. I mean, it is like, you know, look, the polls are I'm meant to be talking to you both about the polls, Emma, but I mean, what more can we say? I mean, it's another poll saying no one's voting for the Tories because we're all angry with them.
Yeah, look, the polling is dire. It's absolutely dire for Sunak, as everybody has been saying for days now. Nothing is shifting the polls. Nothing that Sunak and Hunt can do. They've been promising, well, a couple of tax cuts. That's not working. They've been pulling policies out of thin air, you know, like there's no tomorrow. I wanted to know about the snacks. Who has better snacks on the battle buses? Yeah. I wanted to know about the safety aspects. Is it safe to have ovens on a battle bus? It doesn't sound very safe to me. And then what about the lavatories? Because I remember Euro railing on those great, massive, big coaches, and the lavatory was always the bath. Going to the bathroom was always the dire moment in your 30-hour journey to Italy or whatever. So what do they do about lavatories?
Yeah, I mean, is Catherine still here? Can we still talk to Catherine? Catherine, can we talk? No, she's got. But we'll get her back later because she's.
We want to know about snacks and lavatories.
Catherine?
I'm here, if you can see me.
Yeah, yes, you are there. We thought she was hiding behind the settee in embarrassment because we're outing her toilet towels of the battle bus. So what are the loos like, Catherine?
Yeah, it's OK. I mean, similar to being on a plane, so go earlier in the trip if possible. You know.
Don't go with a small child. You need.
Catherine, I have to ask, we're all girls here, so you can be honest here. Is there more men than women on the battle bus?
Ooh, don't go to the loo after a man.
I'm asking. Go on.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I would say so. I did go late yesterday. Was a little bit smelly. The snacks were very good. Biscuits, lots of crisps, lots of soft drinks, chocolate biscuits. Few healthy grapes and bananas as well. Nice sandwiches, smoked salmon and cream cheese. That's what I had for lunch yesterday. They do actually make a big effort to look after the journalists. And, you know, we were on a farm. Very nice sandwiches were brought out. I think they've realised that, you know, hungry journalists make for bad-tempered journalists and absolutely do not want that.
So, Catherine, the other thing is, right, what's it like, OK, I mean, you've been on it, so what's it like when this battle bus, which is quite a posh one, isn't it, rolls up into the middle of nowhere and sort of like, you know, the Prime Minister gets off and everyone goes, what? Is that the Prime Minister? What's the reaction you get?
Yeah, it's quite surreal because he got off in Blythe yesterday. It was a lovely sunny day. There's, you know, the people with the banners all around, and then he goes for a bit of a walkabout, and there's people just out by the seaside, and the look on their faces is quite something. So there were kids and families, people with dogs, veterans, having a chat. He's very good at sort of chatting to people one-to-one, getting photos. But there's this sort of whirlwind of press, photographers, minders that surround him as he walks along the front. And then he went over, came past these beach huts, and there were a couple of people just sitting in the sun on sort of chairs, and you could see they sort of couldn't quite believe what they were seeing. And then I heard somebody said to them, not from the PM's team, but just another person said, oh, should we get a picture with him? And the lady just went, no. But there were lots and lots of people that did want pictures. And the day before, we were at this heritage railway and there was a whole scrum of people round. He was bringing out ice creams for the journalists.
But that's surreal.
And again, I heard...
ice cream.
Sorry?
That's surreal, the Prime Minister giving you an ice cream.
Yeah, it is. But I heard a lady saying, is this for real? I think she thought maybe that it was a Prime Minister sort of stunt double or something. She couldn't quite believe her eyes. So it's fun watching the reaction because this sort of whirlwind descends for like 15, 20 minutes and then it moves on to the next place.
Catherine, you're going to come back for more later on because we want to hear about the private jet exploits. More to come. So, I mean, Scarlett, I mean, you're a former Labour advisor, so, I mean, you're not going to be a Conservative. would it make a difference if Rishi Sunak brought you an ice cream? Would you vote for him?
Well, I certainly wouldn't. I'm not sure how many people would vote for him because of an ice cream. I mean, I think even if you're a swing voter, that possibly an ice cream isn't going to make up your mind.
So
with a flake, well, maybe if they buy them for your children and your children are then nice for an hour, you think he can do something. But I think that has to be it.
I mean, we are joking. Obviously, we're not taking anything seriously because it's a sunny Sunday and we don't have to be honest with you. But, I mean, the thing is there any... I mean, ice creams aside, is there anything Rishi Sunak can do?
No, I don't think at this stage there's much he can do. I think if he bought a Zoom for my 3-year-old, he gets my vote. That would be great. But also, I actually disagree with Scarlett. I think that meeting them in person, and if you have a chat, if you're a bit like me, you feel very politically homeless at the moment.
Yeah.
You're really not sure.
Alone.
You know what you think, but you're not sure what party is offering anything different. I actually think meeting someone like Rishi Sunak, or even meeting your local MP, and them convincing you that they give a damn, that they would like to change things in your area, I actually think that kind of stuff matters and can change things more than just the endless spewing out of these policies that are all the same, really, on both sides.
That's an interesting point, though, isn't it, Scarlett? Because the one party that is doing that, which is concentrating on local issues for local people, is the Lib Dems.
Yeah. No, I'm going to come back on something Emma said, which I think is really interesting. But on the Lib Dems, they're being fun, right? And Ed Davey is being your embarrassing dad, and he's doing everything wrong, and he's falling off the paddleboard.
We're talking about him later. He's got more stunts coming up.
Right, but I think the slight problem... I mean, it's all fun, and it gets onto the news bulletins, and it gives you things. But actually, so I didn't realise that in Lake Windermere he was talking about water pollution. I just thought he was messing about.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing. I think what Emma says is really interesting about talking to your local MP. But that had to be done for the last 5 years.
Yeah.
And it's quite interesting that when I'm not going to mention this particular Labour MP who is excellent, but somebody was doing focus groups and they said not only had everybody knew who their MP was, most of them said they'd met her. And actually that does, I think it makes a difference. Really makes a difference.
Yeah.
And there was as it happened, a Tory, I mean, it was my, brother's second wife, son was wanting work experience, and the Conservative didn't even write back to him.
This is the thing. It's all about personal treatment and ice creams. Obviously, don't forget the ice creams. Right, we've got to move on, unfortunately. I was quite enjoying that. Thank you very much for Catherine for all those tales. There's more from her coming up. But for all the best analysis and opinion on that story, ice creams and anything else, go to our website, gbnews.com. And now, ta-da, it's officially summer, evidently, and we've got a brand new summer giveaway. This is genuine, this bit. The summer bit might not last, but this is £15,000 in cash to make summer a spectacular brand new iPhone, AirPods and £500 to spend at the UK attraction of your choice. So it's like theme parks, stately homes, or even a spa day out. That sounds good, doesn't it? Could be all on us. Here's how you do it.
It's the Great British Summer Giveaway, and have we got a prize for you? There's a totally tax-free £15,000 in cash to make your summer spectacular. Spend that extra cash however you like. You'll also win a brand new iPhone, Apple AirPods, and if that wasn't enough, a £500 voucher to spend at your favourite UK attraction, so you can enjoy amazing days out this year. For a chance to win the iPhone, treats, and £15,000 cash, text WIN to 63232. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Or post your name and number to GB06 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 28th of June. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Ooh, that sounds fun. I'd be entering right now if I was you. I'm not allowed, sadly. I'm Dawn Neeson, and this is GB News Sunday, and there's lots more coming up on today's fun-packed show. Keir Starmer says he will crack down on foreign visas to cut immigration and vows to ban bad bosses as he outlines his plan to replace them with unemployed Brits. Intrigued? All of that and much more to come. This is GB News, Britain's news channel. Don't go too far.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel. pubs. Have government done enough, do you think, to actually help them out?
I think there will be occasions where people have tried to run a venture, whether it be a pub, a restaurant or anything sort of like that, in the hospitality sector, and it hasn't become commercially viable because of costs, because of bad accounting or because of bad business people. That is just a fact of life. That happens in every sector. So there will be pubs that are closing because they've been poorly run. But I do think there will be occasions where people are forced out of the market. So if local councils aren't being able to pass on business rates, for example, maybe central government can do more. It always tries to do more to cut beer duty and things like that to keep pubs going. So I don't think it's necessarily just as plain as what James is saying, is that, you know, bad pubs will just inevitably be falling by the wayside.
The idea that you two gentlemen, you raging capitalists, support the government stepping in to protect pubs seems to be particularly peculiar. If a pub isn't commercially viable, it has to be allowed to fail.
Well, Sadiq Khan, you know, he has a nighttime czar that he pays well over 100 grand.
Yes.
And businesses are going under like you wouldn't believe in London.
She's a real nightmare.
What's your point?
Well, the point is that Labour aren't exactly helping out these businesses, are they? So
I'm saying that pubs should not be protected by the state. I'm all for a pub.
Well, I'm not suggesting that we subsidise pubs.
Well, that has been suggested. That's what James May is railing against. Although I have to say, it's all very well for James May and presumably his very posh gastropub. But if a pub is not fit for purpose, and May makes this point, you know, you've got to have decent, clean loos and a clean pub. And also, realistically, in this day and age, you know, times change, you've got to put on some decent grub as well if you want it to survive. We can't have the government stepping in to save our pubs. And anyway, my understanding over the last 10, 20 years, as a percentage, we haven't lost that many pubs, so they're not going under anytime soon.
Sunday nights on GB News. From 6, Neil Oliver. At 7, it's Free Speech Nation with Andrew Doyle. At 9, Mark Dolan. And at 11, get set for the week ahead with headliners. Tomorrow's papers tonight. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Every Saturday, 10 till 12, we'll bring you all of the news that you need to know. We'll also remind you that there is so much to smile about.
It's my favourite time of the week. I get to relax, enjoy some light-hearted stories, and let Ellie teach me about fashion too.
That's Saturday Morning Live, every Saturday, 10 till 12.
Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
This is GB News, and we are Britain's election channel.
This vote may seem to be about the politicians and the media, but it's actually about you. We won't forget that.
Join us up and down the country as we follow every moment together.
More than ever, it's important to hear all sides
as you make your decision in the run-up to polling day.
This is GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's election channel.
Welcome back. This is GB News Sunday with me, Dawn Neeson, on telly, online and on digital radio. It's a real girl power thing going on today, and we're not apologising for it because we can. Suck it up, boys. OK, now, talking of boys, Keir Starmer has unveiled a manifesto promise to cut the number of immigrants coming to Britain. Ooh, might have heard that before. He said that Labour will pass laws to crack down on bad bosses hiring foreigners and to train more Brits. So unemployed Britons will be trained to do the job normally taken by overseas workers to cut migration. I think it sounds a cracking idea. It sounds like common sense. However, when UKIP said it and the Conservative Party said it and even Gordon Brown back in the day said it, they were accused of being racist. So how comes when Yvette Cooper says it, Scarlett, it's not racist, it's fine, it's common sense?
Well, as you say, Gordon Brown did say it.
He did say it, and he got a lot of stick for it, to be fair.
And so what he's actually talking about, seriously, is about skills. Because what we don't do at the moment is we don't train people. I mean, I was reading an article about apprenticeships, and what's so terrible about them is that people call them apprentice so the bad bosses can pick up the money. these people are not paid even the minimum wage, and they're certainly not trained. And what we need to do, we do need to skill people up. I mean, it is ridiculous that, I mean, we steal nurses from places like the Philippines. If you go into a London hospital, I mean, it is packed with very well-trained and really good Filipino nurses, right? But we're taking them from other places. Other places have paid for them to be trained. So actually, it's a good thing for us to be training up British people properly.
Yeah, no, you know what? I completely agree. I actually completely agree with Yvette Cooper by saying this. And it's not racist, it's common sense. We have unemployed people in this country. We have, what's the exact figure? How many people? 3.25 million people not in work at the moment?
It's not rocket science, is it? No one has not been saying this. We need to upskill. We need to get people either into education, employment, or training. OK, fine. Agreed. But A, you know, how are they going to do this? B, things like healthcare. You don't just click your fingers and get a nurse or a care worker or a doctor. You have to go back. You know, it's a minimum of 7 years usually of good, solid medical training. Even for nurses, it's a good few years. For midwives, it's years of training. So we can't just do this like this. We need to look at the sectors like health and social care, where people are paid appallingly low rates. Yes. Because we don't value them, we don't care about them. Same with nursery workers, the ones who do the really tough jobs, looking after our babies, looking after our elderly people, looking after the dying, looking after very vulnerable and ill people in social care. We don't pay them properly in this country. We don't value them. No. So what we need to do is start to look at that, but root and branch reform of that. It's not about Starmer just saying, smash the criminal gangs, end illegal immigration, and give those jobs, get unemployed people back to work. You could literally put that on any of the party manifestos. They would all sign up to that. Only a few days ago, Rishi was saying he was going to take money out of universities and put it into apprenticeships. They're all saying the same thing. Can we see some action?
Yeah, I mean, under Labour's proposals, the role of Migration Advisory Committee, which advises the Home Office, on the occupations of shortage of workers. So it's going to be a committee that will set up in the future national skills bodies to advise on what areas need
We've heard that a
training.
gazillion times.
Exactly.
Vocational qualifications, GMBQs, everything. What's
But
new?
also, I mean,
still sitting here
Emma's right. Emma's right. I mean,
you're meant to be disagreeing with her.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Right.
I will completely disagree with Emma and say that we need. I mean, we need proper social care. Yes. And yes, doctors take 7 years. Yes, nurses take 3, and we should be training far more. And it's appalling that nurses, I suppose, don't get paid to do it. That we don't train enough doctors. But actually, as far as social care is concerned, we should be training people, and that we can start now. And actually, frankly, it's great to have a Migration Advisory Committee to tell us what skills, but actually the 3 of us can tell you the basic skills. We know
there is a crisis in social care.
Absolutely.
We know there is a crisis in early years, nurseries.
Yes.
We know there is a crisis in teachers and education and that kind of thing. So those are the sectors, and they are not valued, and actually you're right, you don't need 7 years for that. You could get kids now leaving school, tell them these are fantastic professions, pay them properly, get them into care work, get them working with babies and young people, and young kids. They would do that, but we just treat people like absolute rubbish and employ migrants at much lower rates.
This is the problem with this. I mean, I think it was one of your lot, wasn't it, that Tony Blair chap that encouraged everyone to go to university. And
I think universities are a good thing.
Well, they are a good thing, but not for everybody.
No, he didn't say everybody. He said 50%. And I think there's a real problem about people like us saying, I mean, I don't know whether you've got a university degree. I have. You haven't.
Take a guess.
You might have.
No.
You might.
No, I haven't.
But I think that. I think that saying. I mean, the people who say, you know, oh, we'll close down these courses and everything, are often people who went to Oxford and Cambridge and go, well, that's all right, but not these universities. And actually, the universities they want to close down, the courses they want to close down, are the local people. So somewhere like the University of Sunderland, actually most people who go there are local. They wouldn't go to a university.
Yeah, but we're talking about the Mickey Mouse degrees. We're talking about Taylor Swift studies and things like that. And
there isn't such a thing. These Mickey Mouse degrees do not exist. They used to say media studies was a Mickey Mouse degree. You look at media studies, what is it? 95% of the people get jobs when they come out.
Yeah, but very low paid jobs. So the point I was trying to make
That's all right.
The point I was trying to make with the Tony Blair initiative is it led to people disrespecting the working class
The fact that you can go from 16 or 18 and you can go into a profession. You can start maybe as a trainee or as an apprentice or an office help or whatever, and you can work your way up. And by 21, you're saving, you're earning, you're not on benefits, you're not in an academic. So what exactly? People who decide they want to go straight into work.
I think that's fine. I just think
or into the military.
But it was, and that's fine. But it was all.
Yeah, why
it was
not?
always he said 50%, not 100, and 50% is only half. That still leaves half the people to do other things.
I think what Dawn and I are reacting to is this aspiration that everybody really, and I know 50% is not 100%, but the idea that we get more people down the academic route. It's not right for everyone, and it's expensive as well. It's very expensive.
There's nothing wrong with driving lorries or working in care homes. They are more valuable.
And they are very skilled. And the thing is about apprenticeships is what we need is more skills.
Right, we have to.
Right?
I've got people shouting at me.
Sorry,
we're late to the news. Right, OK. And Sophia is sitting there very gorgeously waiting for us. This is Dawn Neeson. This is GB News Sunday, and there's loads more coming up on today's show. But first, it is the news headlines with Sophia.
Dawn, thank you. From the GB Newsroom at 1:32, your headlines. Migration is being included in Labour's manifesto, with the party promising to reduce the number if it wins the general election. Sir Keir Starmer says he'll introduce new laws to train British workers to plug gaps in the jobs market and strengthen anti-exploitation laws. Speaking to The Sun on Sunday, he said last year's net migration figure of 685,000 has to come down. He didn't put a time frame or a target figure on his promise, though. Meanwhile, the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats are focusing on the NHS today. The Tories say they'll build 100 new GP surgeries and modernise 150 others to help make appointments more accessible. The party has also pledged to build 50 new diagnostic centres. The plans would be paid for by cutting the number of NHS managers to pre-pandemic levels. And the Lib Dems have attacked the government's record on health and are promising to reverse £1 billion of Conservative cuts. The party says it would fund local services by cracking down on tax evasion. Deputy Leader Daisy Cooper accused the Tories of decimating public funding, saying it's left Britain with a ticking time bomb of health challenges. And the Met Police has confirmed 53 people were arrested at Wembley as it hosted the Champions League final. Thousands of football fans were at the stadium to watch Real Madrid beat Borussia Dortmund. Police say 5 were arrested for pitch invasion and dozens of others for attempting to breach security, trying to get in without tickets. And for the latest story, sign up to GB News Alerts by scanning the QR code on your screen or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Thank you very much, Sophia. Now remember, let us know all your thoughts on all the stories we're discussing today. Very simple. Visit gbnews.com/yoursay on the screen now and join the conversation or message me on our socials at GB News. Lots more coming up on today's show. We are having fun. Sunny Sunday. Come on, let's go for it. Is Sir Ed Davey's unorthodox approach ruining his election chances? Or is it genius in cunning disguise? All of that and much more to come. I'm Dawn Neeson and you're with GB News, Britain's news channel, but don't go too far. Loads more coming up.
Hello and welcome to your GB News weather update brought to you by the Met Office. Well, there'll still be plenty of sunshine to end the weekend. A bit cloudier in the north though and a little bit breezier here too. Now why is this? Well, we currently have high pressure dominating the weather across the UK, but notice this weather front moving into the northwest of the country and a slight squeeze in the isobars here too. For the rest of the afternoon though, plenty of sunshine across the country, some quite unbroken sunshine at times across central and southern areas. Cloudier in the northwest though, and we'll start to see some rain and drizzle feed into the northwest of Scotland and parts of Northern Ireland as well. But where you do catch the sunshine, it'll be feeling lovely and warm, warmer than yesterday in fact. But across Scotland, a bit of a cooler feel, particularly in that quite brisk breeze. Into the evening as well, we will continue to see quite a cloudy picture across Scotland. That rain and drizzle continuing to sweep into northwestern areas, a little bit heavy at times, particularly across any western hills. Similar to across the Northern Ireland and the rest of northern England, bit of a cloudier picture still here with the odd spot of rain and drizzle, but elsewhere plenty of sunny spells leading to some late evening sunshine to finish the weekend. Through the course of the night, however, we are going to continue to see more and more of this cloud feed in from the north, still with the odd spot of rain and drizzle, particularly in areas of the northwest. Probably staying clearest for longest in the far south, where it'll be a little bit cooler. But elsewhere, it's going to be quite a cloudy night on offer and quite a mild night too. Most towns and cities not really dropping below double digits. But as I say, still a little bit cooler under those clearer spells down in the south. So a brighter start here across the far south, but generally it is going to be a cloudier picture for all, still with those spots of rain and drizzle in the northwest. We will start to see some brighter spells into the afternoon, just poke through the cloud, particularly across Scotland where we will see some sunshine. However, still quite a brisk breeze, which is going to take the edge off the temperatures still, but it should be still feeling pleasant in those sunnier spots.
GB News is Britain's election channel.
And when the big stories break, we're tackling them on Britain's newsroom.
When we disagree, and we disagree a lot, it's even livelier than normal.
We don't disagree that much.
We do.
His comedy, though, is revolting. I knew her, and unlike you.
That explains Beverly Turner's temperament.
It's a bit frosty in here, isn't it?
You'll have one of me one day.
Yeah, for dartball practice.
Britain's newsroom on GB News, weekdays, 9:30 a.m.
GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, every Sunday at 9:30 when I'll be interviewing the key players in British politics and taking them to task.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial.
With an upcoming election looming over Westminster, now is the time for clear, honest answers.
I agree.
And that's precisely what I'll get.
Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's election channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
It's true. You're not wrong. No one will be cancelled. Lovely.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hello, welcome back to GB News Sunday. I'm Dawn Neeson and we're on telly, online and on digital radio, and we are hoping you're having a wonderful sunny Sunday out there. Now, lots of you have been sending in your thoughts and some of them I can even read out loud. Isn't that nice? Thanks for that. That one was probably from the husband, by the way. Now, lots of you getting in touch about immigration. Lex on immigration. Good afternoon, Lex. Says, I'm worried Starmer will reintroduce freedom of movement with the EU and millions more people will arrive in the UK. Well, they've said they're not going to, but they haven't quite explained what they are going to do, have they? They said they're going to get rid of the waiting list and clear the backlog. But how? Meanwhile, Jim on Labour says, hoping Labour have a Neil Kinnock election experience and fade into oblivion. Jim, you're sitting on the fence, mate. I think you should be more upfront about what you believe there. Meanwhile, Dickie on Labour, good afternoon. Dickie said, Starmer's plans to curb immigration and fine employers who bring in all these foreign workers is really just a rehash of reforms employer immigration tax announced this week. They're all saying pretty much the same thing, aren't they? Meanwhile, Steve on immigration, the last one says, well said about social care. They are undervalued. Low pay doesn't mean low skill. It's an invaluable job looking after the most vulnerable. As my best mate is a care worker, I could not agree more. OK, now, so let me know your thoughts. You can do that. We can read your stuff out as well. Everything we're talking about today, it's very simple to do that. gbnews.com/your say and join our conversation. Or message me on our socials. We're at GB News. Now, yes, it's the election section, part 2. As the election campaigns plough on through the country, Labour, Reform, Tories and the SNP have remained quite traditional in their approach to the campaign trail, haven't they? But not the Lib Dems. Their leader, Sir Ed Davey, has been out and about performing. You can see him there, publicity stunts, seemingly acting up, paddleboarding, water sliding, downhill cycling even. But to be fair to him, there you go, he was rubbish at paddleboarding, it has to be said. To be fair to him, we are talking about him. So is this tomfoolery working, or is it the most cunning of cunning plans? What do we reckon to this one, Emma?
Well, I think the thing I object to about the water slide stuff was the length of his shorts, which were painfully tiny. They were like hot pants.
Asked you to lower the tone.
They were hot pants.
Lady.
Anyway,
I mean,
no. Look, I mean, I think it started out serious and then it all went wrong so quickly for him that he's decided to harness it and make it into a series of mad photo opportunities, which is one way of garnering attention. It makes me feel a bit sad for them that they don't have serious policies that they could talk to us about on a serious note, and that he has to go out and do silly things. And also, Dawn, sorry to raise the tone, but I also feel it's slightly tasteless, actually, from Ed Davey, because he hasn't addressed the issue of the post office scandal. The Horizon scandal, people lost their lives, and I don't think it's just me that's feeling, in the country, still a whiff of just bad feeling about the Ed Davey roadshow. Sorry, Sir Ed Davey roadshow, when he didn't really apologise and he hasn't really addressed it.
I could not agree more, Emma. I think, you know, while I do find it amusing to watch, an idiot in very short shorts fall off a paddleboard, and the water slide thing, I can never unsee that. I do keep coming back to what the poor people involved in that post office scandal went through. The fact that, you know, some took their own lives, many lost, they had to move from their towns and their villages where they're working. There is still a whiff of, oh, yeah, but were you really doing something wrong?
Well, nothing's
hanging
happened.
over that. Nothing's happened.
They haven't had proper compensation. It's been going on and on. I mean, I think, you know, when Lee Anderson, that man who we know has done absolutely nothing about the post office, says that Ed Davey is responsible for suicides, I think he's completely wrong. However, I was absolutely shocked, and this is months ago, that when it first came out that Ed Davey had had anything to do with it, I assumed that Lib Dem headquarters, I mean, if I had been working there, I would have said, right, as soon as I knew Ed Davey had anything to do with it, you put him out, he apologises, and then he says, and then I'm going to fight for them. And because there were, right, James Arbuthnot, a Tory, fought really hard, and Kevin Brennan. I mean, a Labour and a Tory MP fought incredibly hard. Ed Davey could have done something, and instead, for 6 weeks, he avoided the cameras. And now he's thinking, and you're right. I mean, people are still really suffering, and this government hasn't done anything. We need to have proper compensation, and actually, I mean, it does leave a nasty...
Now,
you're right, Emma, it just leaves a nasty taste in your mouth.
Obviously, we have to be fair. I mean, Ed Davey is not here to defend himself.
No.
And I wish he would. I mean, give us a ring from the battle bus even, or wherever you're absorbing or whatever you're doing today. So he's not here to defend himself.
Or I was talking about a communication strategy.
Yes.
That would have been mine.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I do think that would be handy. So is the Lib Dem message getting across in any way, shape or form here?
I don't think it is, because we're not really talking about their policies. We're talking about the silly stunts. And of course we need some levity in the campaign. Of course we do. And I hate to be the kind of, oh, look, you can't be funny. You're responsible. No one is responsible for anybody's suicide. Let's just be clear about that. Ed Davey certainly is not responsible. But, Dawn, when you say, people lost their lives, they lost their marriages, they lost their homes, they lost their businesses, they lost their dignity, their social standing in their local areas. So it doesn't wash with me. It doesn't sit well with me, Ed Davey's jolly around the country. It really doesn't. And I know there are other people who just think this is not befitting, given that it's such a recent thing. And it is not resolved. That scandal is not resolved. People have not received compensation.
No. And Horizon have just renewed their contract for another 5 years for the post office. Hey, yeah, who's thinking that one through?
Yes. I mean, the other thing is genuinely, although, I mean, if we forgot everything that Emma has quite rightly said, and just looked at it as stunts, what do I know about the Lib Dem policies?
Well,
I mean, and actually, the thing is that in this election, the Lib Dems stand a really good chance of getting an awful lot. And whether, I mean, on the doorstep, people go, but I don't know what you stand for.
Yeah, but this is the thing. I mean, in the GB News exclusive poll that we were discussing yesterday, that showed the Tories potentially only having 66 seats, while Labour had a huge landslide. It did actually show that Reform are polling higher on 12% than the Lib Dems on 10%.
Which is a pretty and a poll today. Reform on 11% and Lib Dems on 8%.
Yes.
Reform have come from a standing start. They've come from nowhere in the past year or so. Whereas the Lib Dems have been around for a heck of a lot longer than that. And I think it's really, really telling, as you say, Scarlett, that we cannot name what are they running for? What are they running on at the moment, apart from local issues? And you get some brilliant local Lib Dem, and it is often in those areas
to be fair to the Lib Dems, they are concentrating on that local issues as they do in our local
down in the south and southwest.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we have to move on from that. We've got zorbing ourselves to go. You know what zorbing is? It's rolling around in a big ball. We haven't done that yet.
Oh, gosh, I'd like to see him do that.
David, good idea.
Zorbing, yes, and skateboarding maybe.
Then he really would fall off. He would.
He would fall off. In any case, I am Dawn Neeson, evidently. I'm still Dawn Neeson, and this is GB News Sunday, and there's lots more coming up on today's show. Now, we all love a bit of reality telly, don't we? But would you watch Keeping Up with the Reese-Moggs? All of that and much more to come. This is GB News, Britain's news channel, but don't go too far. Getting fun.
Good afternoon, Britain. Weekdays from midday.
Well, Welsh farmer Gareth Wyn-Jones is a first-language Welsh speaker and joins us now. Gareth, I mean, a lot of people will be thinking, hang on, this guy is a Welsh teacher. He speaks English. He knew what was on the parking ticket. He's just trying to make a point. He's being a prat, isn't he?
No, hey, come on, mate. I'm a first language Welsh. It's important that we watch after our language and, that everything's bilingual. For us in Wales, you wouldn't go to France and expect your ticket to be in English, would you? English is the most spoken language, but let's watch after these small languages. It's part of our cultural. So, I take my hat off to the guy. Fair play to him for go out and to fight this. But what it's done is put it onto the mainstream media, and you're talking about it, even that you're calling them that. At least we're having a discussion about it, and it's putting the Welsh language in the forefront. And,
Gareth,
speaking Welsh is important.
Yeah, so Gareth, this is a matter of principle. Is there a sense that the Welsh language is being eradicated in Wales? Is this something that the Welsh people need to rise up against?
Well, Welsh government are trying to, bring a lot more Welsh speaking into our daily life and teach people how to speak Welsh. Well, everything should be bilingual then. And I think, it should start with government. So government should be putting pressure on these companies to make sure everything is bilingual. So I get behind this guy. Fair play to him. It's a good stance, and it puts it in the public eye. Let's have everything in both languages, especially Welsh, because that's my first language. And I'm
you know what? If I was Welsh, I think I would agree with you. I think I would agree with you, Gareth.
It depends if you come from Wrexham.
If you want your news to be straight talking, this is a nightmare for the Conservatives again. Down to earth. It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it? And most importantly, honest. Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them. Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And why it matters to you. From your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you. Good afternoon, Britain. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Sunday nights on GB News. From 6, Neil Oliver. At 7, it's Free Speech Nation with Andrew Doyle. At 9, Mark Dolan. And at 11, get set for the week ahead with headliners. Tomorrow's papers tonight. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
The problem with working with two brilliant women, right, by the way, is now we're obsessed with some of the things we can't talk about on air, but they do involve Ed Davies shorts, OK? All I'm saying for now. Any case, if you missed it, you'll have to catch up. This is GB News Sunday. I'm Dawn Neeson, and we're on your telly, online and on digital radio. Now, we all love a bit of reality TV, don't we? Keeping Up with the Kardashians, you know, Jungle. But would you watch Keeping Up with the Reese-Moggs? Not kidding. It's been reported that Jacob Rees-Mogg has been approached by Disney Plus to, film a Fly on the Wall series. Discovery Plus, I think it is, featuring him and his family. Reese-Mogg says he's very flattered and that he is actually thinking about it. So it's like Mogglebox, isn't it? See what I did there? It's clever, isn't it? Anyways, Scarlett and Emma are still here and they've stopped talking about politicians' nether regions. Yeah, funny. So we're going to now talk about, would you watch Jacob Rees-Mogg? You know, it's sort of like a Kardashians thing, but with the Moggs. How many kids has he got?
6.
6 kids.
Because the 6th one is called Sixtus or something. In fact, maybe there was a child called Septus? Maybe it's 7. Anyway, they're all his.
Sectus.
They're all his.
Sectus?
They're all his and his wife's. I would watch it, but I think it would be a terrible decision by Jacob Rees-Mogg because either it's going to be completely fixed and nothing's going to come through, or else it's just going to completely wreck his whole standing. I mean, for God's sake, Keeping Up with the Kardashians. I mean, does he really want to join that? Is he really interested in fame so much? I mean, Well, you know what?
I mean, to be fair to Jacob, he is very eccentric.
Doesn't
he still have a nanny?
I would
absolutely.
I think this would be absolutely fascinating. He lives in a stately home. He's actually, he's made a £100 million fortune. He's a very, very clever investment banker. Yeah. He's got 6 children, as you say. He's married to this heiress. He's hilariously kind of formal. He goes out campaigning, and you see his little kind of mini-me, one of the sons, who kind of dresses like a little grown-up, but, you know, those little Dickensian kind of outfits.
Little Fauntleroy.
Goes out campaigning with Nanny. And I think Nanny was his nanny when he was a little boy.
That's weird.
I think it would be fascinating. I don't think Jacob will do it. I think he's so polite that he probably said, that's an interesting idea, and isn't ruling it out. But it would be really interesting.
I think he's got a wicked sense of humour under there. I don't think he takes himself too seriously, you know.
No,
I think he might go for it.
I would watch it, and I'm sure lots and lots of other. And I think it's a very good idea by Discovery TV. But I mean,
I think it would break all the election rules, by the way, about broadcasting and what you can and can't say. I'm not sure he could actually do it.
We're talking about once he loses his seat, which is highly likely.
To the Lib Dems.
Apparently it's Labour. I assumed it was the Lib Dems when I did tell him on air that he was going to lose it because Suella was so ghastly and all the nice people would vote Lib Dem. But apparently it's Labour. And it's certainly well within the realms of possibility, depending on what goes down.
It was actually reported in the GBNews exclusive poll that, he is one of the big beasts of the Conservative Party, that he's in danger of...
He's also really popular, though. He's a little bit like Nigel Farage. You think, posh boy, Jacob Rees-Mogg. He's really popular with everyday people who say, do you know what? That man talks sense. Well, that man is honest and he talks straight and he says what he thinks.
Because he says what he thinks. That's the thing about him.
Yes. Boris Johnson on Love Island next.
Boris Johnson would be hilarious.
Oh, God.
Anyway, on that note, we'll leave it for now.
Enough.
Saucy you. Stop it. Dawn needs some GB News Sunday. Lots more coming up on today's show. But first, it's important. Here's the weather with Honor Criswick. That's a new girl, isn't it? Oh, let's have a look. What's she got to say?
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello and welcome to your GB News weather update brought to you by the Met Office. Well, there'll still be plenty of sunshine to end the weekend, but from Monday it is going to be turning a little bit cloudier. For today, though, we've still got plenty of high pressure building across the UK, which is dominating the weather. Notice the frontal system moving into the northwest and a slight squeeze in the isobar, so turning a little bit breezier across Scotland. For the evening, though, still plenty of late evening sunshine across central and southern parts of the UK. Turning cloudier from the north, though, with some rain and drizzle moving into the northwest, and this could be a little bit heavy across northwestern hills. For most, though, quite a cloudy and mild night on offer. Most towns and cities not really dropping below double digits, but a little bit cooler under the clear spells in the very far south. So a brighter start across the south, but it is generally going to be clouding over through the course of the morning. Largely dry, but we will start to see some rain and drizzle feed into northern parts of Wales and parts of northern England, and quite a cloudy picture across Northern Ireland and the rest of northern England, still with the odd spot of rain and drizzle, but generally brightening up across parts of Aberdeenshire, though we will start to see some showers move in from the west across the Northern Isles. So a bit of a mixed picture to start the new working week, but generally it's going to be quite a cloudy picture as well, still with the odd spot of rain and drizzle moving into the northwest. By the time though we reach the afternoon, we will start to see some sunshine poke through the cloud, particularly across Scotland, where we will see plenty of sunshine, though quite a brisk breeze which is going to take the edge off the temperatures a little bit. And generally temperatures are going to be slightly lower tomorrow, but where you do catch the sunshine in any sheltered spots across Scotland, it should still be feeling pleasant and warm. Now into the evening, still plenty of cloud, which means it's going to remain fairly mild, but turning a little bit cooler across those clearer spells in Scotland, and still plenty of showers feeding into the Northern Isles. And for next week, it is generally a cloudier picture, still fairly dry across the south, but some rain and showers in the north, and feeling a little bit cooler here too.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Thank you very much, Anna. That was quite optimistic, wasn't it? Well, there's lots more coming up on today's show. A string of former Labour MPs, including Diane Abbott, have been offered peerages to quit and make way for allies of Keir Starmer even. God, I can't even say his name now. All of that and much more to come on a fun-packed show. I'm Dawn Neeson, and this is GB News, Britain's news channel. Try not to go too far, though. It's going to get good.
We've got summer sewn up with an incredible trio of treats, and you could win them. First, there's a fabulous £15,000 in tax-free cash to ensure this summer is special. What would you spend that on? Next, you'll also receive the latest iPhone 15 and a set of Apple AirPods. And finally, £500 to spend at your favourite UK attraction. Fun in the sun could be on us. For a chance to win the iPhone, treats and £15,000 cash, text prize to 63232. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message, or post your name and number to GB06 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 28th of June. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, every Sunday at 9:30 when I'll be interviewing the key players in British politics and taking them to task.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial.
With an upcoming election looming over Westminster, now is the time for clear, honest answers.
I agree.
And that's precisely what I'll get.
Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's election channel.
We're GB News, and we come from a proud tradition of British journalism.
That's why I'm so excited to be here. It's something so new.
The first news channel to be launched in Britain in over 30 years.
Launched to represent the views of the British people.
To go where other broadcasters refuse to go.
How did you find out about the story in the first place?
Launched with one aim.
To be the fearless champion of Britain.
It's an absolutely fantastic atmosphere here.
This is GB News. The People's
Channel. GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Patrick Christie's. Every weeknight from 9, I bring you 2 hours of unmissable, explosive debate and headline-grabbing interviews. What impact has that had?
We got death threats and the bomb threat and so on.
Our job is to do what's in the best interest of our country.
You made my argument for me. My guests and I tackle the issues that really matter with a sharp take on every story.
I'm hearing it up and down the country. That was a beginning, not an end.
Patrick Christie's tonight from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Are the newspapers getting you down?
My wife didn't divorce me that month.
Struggling to separate the wheat from the chaff?
I know that it's a bit of a circus at the best of times.
Well, don't worry. Headliners has got you covered. We'll take the burden of reading the day's news, and if we get depressed, who cares? It's an occupational hazard, frankly. That's Headliners on GB News from 11 p.m. till midnight, and the following morning, 5 till 6 a.m. on GB News, the comedy channel. Nah, just kidding. Britain's news channel.
Up now. Hello and welcome to GB News Sunday. Thank you for joining us this lovely Sunday lunchtime. I'm Dawn Neeson for the next hour, keeping you company on TV, online and on digital radio. Cracking show coming up. Sir Keir Starmer is coming under fire as he struggles to get his house in order. In an attempt to save his grace, the Labour leader is reportedly offering veteran MP Diane Abbott a peerage if she doesn't stand in the election. Does that make any sense to you? Then Reform UK's Nigel Farage is reportedly already planning for life after the election, hoping for Tory wipeout so he can absorb the party and transform the right in his own image. But would you support that? Is that a good move for British politics? And thousands of protesters on the Balearic island of Mallorca have made it very clear they no longer even want Brits there. Oh, join us later to find out why. But this show is nothing without you and your views. It's not about me or what the panel think, and you've been letting us know. We'll read some of those out, don't worry. So let us know all your thoughts on all the stories we're discussing today by visiting gbnews.com/your say and join the conversation, or message on our socials at GB News. And we will read some of them out. I know it's a busy show. But first, let's get the news headlines with Sophia Wensler.
Dawn, thank you. Good afternoon. It's 1 minute past 2. I'm Sophia Wensler in the GB newsroom. Migration is being included in Labour's manifesto, with the party promising to reduce the number if it wins the general election. Sir Keir Starmer says he'll introduce new laws to train British workers to plug gaps in the jobs market and strengthen anti-exploitation laws. Speaking to The Sun on Sunday, he said last year's net migration figure of 685,000 has to come down. Shadow Home Secretary Yvette Cooper says it's not wise to put a timeframe or a target figure on the promise.
Well, net migration has trebled in the last 5 years under the Conservatives. One of the biggest drivers of that has been work migration. We're not setting a target, a specific target on it. And the reason for that is partly because the Conservatives have just effectively ripped up all the targets that they've set over many years. They've discredited the whole process. But also, more importantly, because there are short-term factors that can affect the numbers. And what we think instead is we need to have a long-term approach that is about bringing net migration down and tackling the failings in the system.
Meanwhile, the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats are focusing on the NHS today. The Tories say they'll build 100 new GP surgeries and modernise 150 others to help make appointments more accessible. The party has also pledged to build 50 new diagnostic centres. The plans would be paid for by cutting the number of NHS managers to pre-pandemic levels. Health Secretary Victoria Atkins says she's working to make the NHS better.
My job as Health Secretary, for example, is to explain our vision for our NHS, which is to reform it to make it faster, simpler and fairer. And some of the announcements I have today concerning GP surgeries, concerning Pharmacy First and community diagnostic centres are the ways that we will help deliver that over the coming years. We are going to fund this. It's fully funded. We're going to fund it partly through a reduction of managers in the NHS.
And the Lib Dems have attacked the government's record on health and are promising to reverse £1 billion of Conservative cuts. The party says it would fund local services by cracking down on tax evasion. Deputy Leader Daisy Cooper accused the Tories of decimating public funding, saying it's left Britain with a ticking time bomb of health challenges. And in other news, the Met Police has confirmed 53 people were arrested at Wembley as it hosted the Champions League final. Thousands of football fans were at the stadium to watch Real Madrid beat Borussia Dortmund. Police say 5 were arrested for pitch invasion and dozens of others for attempting to breach security, trying to get in without tickets. There's division in Israel over the proposed ceasefire deal to end the war in Gaza. Protests broke out overnight in Tel Aviv, one against the government, the other calling for the release of hostages. They want a deal agreed that would see the return of Israelis kidnapped by Hamas in October of last year. 2 senior right-wing ministers have threatened to quit and bring down the coalition government if Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu agrees to the US-brokered deal. In a historic first, China has successfully landed a spacecraft on the dark side of the moon. The unmanned Chang'e 6 lunar probe is exploring a region no other country has managed to reach. and is on a mission to collect rock and soil samples. The European Space Agency says it's a mean feat, given there's no line of sight for communication, making robotic landing operations more challenging. And David Beckham has been bonding with the King over bees. The former England football captain compared beekeeping tips with the monarch as he was named an ambassador of the King's Foundation. The charity offers programmes to teach traditional skills and aims to promote urban regeneration and sustainable food production. David Beckham says he's excited to help raise awareness of the charity's work. And for the latest stories, sign up to GB News Alerts by scanning the QR code on your screen or go to gbnews.com/alerts. Now it's back to GB News Sunday.
Thank you very much, Sophia. We've been discussing the dark side of the moon while Sophia was talking about her bulletins, and none of us quite know how it works, despite some of us going to university. Not me, by the way. Right, let's get straight into today's story, shall we? So Keir Starmer is coming under fire as he struggles to get his house in order. In an attempt to save grace, the Labour leader is reportedly offering veteran MP Diane Abbott a peerage if she doesn't stand in the election. It's as the former Hackney North MP was apparently barred from being a Labour parliamentary candidate. Joining me now, once again, I'm thrilled to say, is political correspondent Catherine Forster. Catherine, I didn't think Labour agreed with the House of Lords, so what's going on here?
Yes, indeed. It's not very long ago, is it, that Labour said that if they got into power, they would abolish the House of Lords. Now they say that the plan ultimately will be to do that, but they are not planning for 5 years in office. They are planning for, as Keir Starmer will say over and over again, a decade of national renewal, quote. So any abolition of the House of Lords would come in a second parliament. But in the meantime, it looks like the House of Lords could come in very useful indeed in dealing with how do you deal with a problem like Diane Abbott? Because she was, of course, the first female black MP elected to Parliament. She's represented her constituents in Hackney North and Stoke Newington for 37 years. And after she was suspended for over a year over that article that she wrote saying that Jewish people, Irish people and travellers didn't experience racism all their lives in the same way as black people. You know, she was cast out. It turns out that that investigation concluded months ago. She apologised straight away. But with the election being called suddenly, and a decision had to be made. Now, it's reported that the plan had been that she would be, the Labour whip would be restored to her, and then she would decide in her own time to retire. But, of course, it all went horribly wrong last week. It led to several days of really, really bad headlines for the Labour leadership in the way that it was handled. Diane Abbott appearing outside Hackney Town Hall saying that she would stand by whatever means necessary. So we wait to see. The NEC is meeting on Tuesday. Will she decide to stand now that Sir Keir Starmer has finally said she's free if she wants to? Or will perhaps, having made her point, having scored a victory, if you like, she decide not to stand and likely then be given a peerage and put in the House of Lords? We won't have very long to wait. But one other thing, it sounds like Labour will make a number of people peers because they want to even up the numbers in the House of Lords to help them get legislation through there. So far from abolishing the House of Lords, at the moment it looks like they could be creating quite a few new peers.
Do you think we will get an answer to the whole Diane Abbott thing on Tuesday when the NEC meet? I mean, the NEC, basically Keir Starmer is in charge of that as well, isn't he? So he keeps distancing himself, saying it's up to them, but you are actually in charge of it, mate, so...
Well, for a long it seemed, reading between the lines, that the Labour leadership didn't really want her to stand. Now, she's free to stand, he said, but that wasn't exactly a gushing endorsement. No. And given what's happened in the last few days, that lots of Starmer supporters have basically been parachuted into safe Labour seats and other previous Corbyn supporters like Lloyd Russell Moyle has been suspended. He's not allowed to stand. Faiza Shaheen, that was already campaigning in Chingford, she too has been banned from standing. So it does feel a bit like there has been a purge of some people on the left going on.
Especially, and I'm going to ask this because we're an all-female team today, and thanks for all the compliments coming in on that one. Kate Osmer is a former member of Corbyn's shadow cabinet. She was recently reinstated as a Labour MP as well. So does Labour have a problem with strong women? Does it have a problem with women who are black or brown? Or is it just because they're on the left? I mean, or is it a combination of all three?
Well, Rosie Duffield, of course, who's been very outspoken for women's rights, has had quite a rough time with the Labour leadership. She told our political editor, Christopher Hope, on his podcast that she believes that Labour has a woman problem. Of course, they've never had a female leader. But Sir Keir Starmer will say, well, look, I've got Rachel Reeves, a woman, as Shadow Chancellor. I've got Angela Rayner as Deputy Leader. So, no, of course, there is no woman problem. But Faiza Shaheen the other day was incredibly upset that she couldn't stand against Sir Ian Duncan Smith in Chingford, and she basically said that Labour did have a problem with women, and specifically she said with black and brown people. She just had a baby about 6 weeks ago by caesarean. She was already out campaigning. She is contemplating taking legal action against the Labour Party.
We wait and see with bated breath on that one. Catherine Forster, thank you very much. We didn't have time to get where you got up to on the private jet with Rishi Sunak, but we'll get back to that one, don't worry, at some point. Thank you very much, Catherine Forster. Right, let's see what my wonderful panel, Scarlett Maguire and Emma Wolf, make of our the damehood for Diane Abbott. Scarlett, you're on the Labour side of things. Labour, we're going to get rid of the House of Lords. Oh, no, we're going to pop Diane Abbott in there to shut her up.
No. There are two different things. If you want to get rid of the House of Lords, you have to have a majority in the House of Lords to do it.
That's what they're saying, isn't it?
That is exactly what Tony Blair did when he got rid of most of the hereditaries, is that he had to get it through. So of course, you do need a lot to get rid of them. On Diane, I think it'd be great if Diane Abbott went into the House of Lords. I mean, there she is, you know, a pioneering black woman.
I completely agree with you on that, by the way,
and frankly, if you're in the House of Lords, you can't. Literally, you just can't stand for Parliament. So she's got to make up her mind. Yeah. But I think it would be the best thing. I think it'd be really good for her that she would have a platform. She'd be able to say whatever she wanted, and actually, it would due deference to a woman who has really fought to change things.
I think for a black woman of that generation to achieve what she achieved is astonishing, regardless of what you think of her politics, completely. But if you were Diane Abbott, Emma, would you think, well, actually, you've treated me fairly shabbily, Keir Starmer. I'm actually going to stand as an independent here.
I have to disagree with you both. I think the idea that after her comments, which many perceived as anti-Semitic, the idea that you are just going to move Diane Abbott out of the way, you know, move her out of the problem, and pop her in the House of Lords. I really object. Well, I object to the House of Lords. I object to this idea that in 2024 we still have this unelected chamber. I find it really distasteful. This is naked political expediency. This is honours being used as, you know, basically bribery, get someone out of the way.
We have been here
I think the fact that honours are handed out like gongs, and I'm more worried, I'm more concerned about the fact that the House of Lords is now pretty obviously going to be stuffed, and we're talking about, it could be up to 100, suddenly new peers created in order to get that political balance that Labour will need in order to get their legislation through. I get it. The House at the moment is unbalanced. But Labour are going to stuff the House of Lords with Labour peers. This is not the way the House of Lords should work. It shouldn't exist. But I mean, no, this is not. This is really distasteful.
On this one, Emma,
it's an expensive, undemocratic.
Completely with you.
They can turn up. They sign in. They get their £360. Is it £340, £360
a day?
They have a cup of tea a day. They have, and I know people in the House of Lords who say they do that en route. They sign in, get their money, have a cup of tea, have a drink in the bar, and leave.
It's not new.
And this is not acceptable. People are working very, very hard out there. The House of Lords needs to be abolished.
And it's the second biggest chamber after the Chinese Communist Party, right?
Appalling.
Look, I absolutely agree with you. I absolutely think...
Taxpayers' money.
I agree that it should... But given that it exists, I do think that Diane Abbott... And can I say that? I think what she's... I mean, she's apologised, she's done an anti-Semitism course. I think that what she did, she was incredibly clumsy, right? She should never have said it. She knows she should never have said it. I do not think Diane's anti-Semitic.
No, I don't. I said comments which some perceived as anti-Semitic.
Yes.
I'm not calling her anti-Semitic, actually, at all. But I'm personally on her record, many, many things going back to saying that, you know, people shouldn't send their children to private school. And guess what? Her son was in private school. I don't like attacking people on their personal lives. But I'm just saying, for me, she's not someone that I want to see in the House of Lords that I respect in that way.
But, I mean, this is not new. I mean, Tony Blair,
I know they do it.
Back in the
I know
House
they do it. They stuff the House of Lords with their cronies.
Johnson tried to get most of his family in there.
I mean, doesn't make it his brother. His brother is in the House of Lords.
It doesn't make it right, girls.
No,
it doesn't make it right that, oh, well, it exists. I mean, Hamas exists. We still call for them to be abolished, and I'm not making any equivalence there.
I think that's a bit of a jump.
I'm not making any equivalence. I'm just saying, because the House of Lords exists, we can still point out that it is an overpaid, undemocratic, unelected chamber, and it's wasting a lot of money.
But do you think that, I mean, it's the hypocrisy of this, isn't it? I mean, I understand the politicking behind it, like, you know, well, if we want to abolish the House of Lords, which we have said we want to do, talking to the Labour Party here, we need to get more Labour peers in there, which is why we're going to put Diane Abbott and a few others in there. So that is the long-term game plan. But there is a hypocrisy here, isn't it?
Wild hypocrisy. And Keir Starmer's
get rid of the House of Lords and then...
Of course I understand, but I do know that everybody... And this has gone on for some time. Everybody put in it has to say, yes, we will vote for the abolition. I mean, that there is no question. I mean, I think that the way it's been used, because once... You know, there are 80 hereditaries because they hung on to them. Why can't we get rid of the hereditaries completely? And then then you know that the hereditaries were bad enough because it was just whether you were born from the right mum. But actually, the problem now is I mean, as Tony Benn said, you know, it's who you know.
Of course it is. And it's because I know people personally in the House of Lords who've said to me, cushiest job I've ever had, cushiest ride I've ever had. And I also, as we all do, know people working for the NHS, stacking supermarket shelves, whatever. And when you compare the two, it is actually really, really disgusting to be having one lot of people saying, cushiest ride I've ever had, and the other lot of people working hard for an hourly wage.
We have to move on now, but obviously that's got the panel very engaged. What do you think? Let us know. It's our the usual methods of getting in touch. I can't put it on the screen. Put it on the screen for me. No. Oh. Come on, just can't get the staff. There you go. gbnews.com/your say. House of Lords, get rid of it? Outdated? Or should we keep it on? Let us know. Right, OK, now, we've just been discussing it today. Here are the current candidates for the Chingford and Woodford Green constituency. Chris Brodie, the Green Party. Josh Hadley, Liberal Democrats. Yousaf Khan, Workers' Party of Britain. Paul Legere, Reform UK, Ian Duncan-Smith, Conservatives, and Shama Tatler for Labour. Now, for all the best analysis on opinion and that story, and even more, anything else, go to our website. It's at gbnews.com. Now, let's talk about the summer, shall we? It is officially the summer. It's June, pinch punch and all that sort of... Oh, it's the second now, isn't it? We've got a brand new summer giveaway for you. It's £15,000 in cash to make your summer truly spectacular. Also, a brand new iPhone, AirPods, £500 to spend at the UK attraction of your choice, whether it's a theme park, stately homes, or even a spa day out. All on us. Here's how you can win it.
It's the Great British Summer Giveaway, and have we got a prize for you? There's a totally tax-free £15,000 in cash to make your summer spectacular. Spend that extra cash however you like. You'll also win a brand new iPhone, Apple AirPods, and if that wasn't enough, a £500 voucher to spend at your favourite UK attraction, so you can enjoy amazing days out this year. For a chance to win the iPhone, treats, and £15,000 cash, text WIN to 63232. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message, or post your name and number to GB06 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 28th of June. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Hello, I'm Dawn Neeson. This is GB News Sunday. There's loads more coming up on today's show. Reform UK's Nigel Farage is reportedly already planning for life after the election, hoping for a Tory wipeout so he can absorb the party and transform the right in his own image. But is this a good move for British politics? Would you support that? All of that and much more to come. This is GB News, Britain's news channel. Don't get too far.
GB News Breakfast, every day from 6 a.m.
Joint CEO at the UK Sepsis Trust, Dr. Ron Daniels. Very good to see you this morning. Why is it with sepsis we sort of hear very little about it in day-to-day life until there's either a big story or a big tragedy? Why is that? Is it common?
Well, it's astonishing, isn't it? We have a condition here that affects nearly 250,000 people across the UK each year and claims 48,000 lives. And just for context, breast cancer, and I'm not diminishing how horrible that can be, claims 11,000 lives. So sepsis is 4 times more prolific as a killer. I think the reason we don't hear about it is because it doesn't really belong to any particular speciality of doctors. It touches every aspect of healthcare, and therefore there's no professional group to be championing it, which means it needs an advocacy organisation like ours.
My understanding is that it's when your own immune system starts to attack the tissues, but by the time people realise that their temperature isn't just flu or something, they can often be in quite a perilous state.
It arises in people of any age, people with whether or not they've got underlying illness, and it can arise as a consequence of any infection. So it presents hugely differently.
So what do we do?
If you're concerned something is devastatingly wrong, there are 6 key symptoms to look for, and they spell the word sepsis. S for slurred speech or confusion. E for extreme pain in the muscles or joints. P for passing no urine, no water in a day. S for severe breathlessness. I for it feels like I'm going to die, and people really do say that. And then the final S for skin that's mottled or discoloured or very pale. Any one of those 6 in the context of infection, it goes straight to A&E.
The People's Channel.
This is GB News, and we are Britain's election channel.
This vote may seem to be about the politicians in the media, but actually, it's about you.
And we won't forget that.
Join us up and down the country as we follow every moment together.
More than ever, it's important to hear
all sides
as you make your decision ahead of polling day.
We're here for you.
This is GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's election channel.
I'm Stephen Dixon, and thanks for joining us on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Sunday nights on GB News. From 6, Neil Oliver. At 7, it's Free Speech Nation with Andrew Doyle. At 9, Mark Dolan. And at 11, get set for the week ahead with headliners. Tomorrow's papers tonight. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
This is GB News, and we are Britain's election channel.
This vote may seem to be about the politicians in the media, but it's actually about you.
And we won't ever forget that. Join us up and down the country as we follow every moment together.
Now, more than ever, it's important to hear
all sides as you make your decision ahead of polling day.
We're here for you.
This is GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's election channel.
Hello, welcome back to GB News Sunday with me, Dawn Neeson, on your telly, online and on digital radio. Hope you're having a wonderful Sunday afternoon out there. Now, Reform UK's Nigel Farage is reportedly already planning for life after the election. The party's honorary president is hoping for a Tory wipeout so he can absorb the party and transform the right of politics in his own image. But is this a good move for British politics? Oh, I'm going to come to you first on this one, Emma. What do you... I mean, it's a very, very strong message he's sending out there. I mean, it's like, Tories abolished, I'm in charge.
Well, look, I mean, he's talking about, what will be left after... I think this raises the issue of what will be left after the election, because there will be precious little left of the Tory party.
Well,
if we're talking about 66 seats, there's not that much to absorb. He's talking about reshaping the centre-right. And I think, for me, this is a really interesting point about what is left. What does the Tory party look like after the next election? Because you've seen the list of the big beats, the GBNews poll showing the big beats who are likely to lose their seats or possible to lose their seats. We know that many, nearly 80, maybe over 80 by now, MPs are standing down. So, and the other thing is, there does need to be radical reform, but the other thing is, Nigel Farage is certainly far more popular already than Rishi Sunak is right now. So it wouldn't be
Keir
beyond...
Starmer's more popular than Rishi Sunak is right now.
Yeah, but Nigel Farage has a lot more personal recognition and popularity. It wouldn't be beyond the wit of man for him to absorb that and remake that, remake that centre-right in his own image.
Do you think that'd be a good thing for British politics, Scarlett?
No, I think it'd be terrible. I mean, I think there are an awful lot of Conservatives who I speak to who are sort of waiting for the Conservative Party to move back to the centre ground. And the thing about Nigel Farage is I think it's amazing arrogance that he goes out to destroy the Tory party. That's what he wants to do. He wants to destroy the Tory party that we have at the moment, and then says, and now you want me to be your leader. Because he's been such a successful leader, she says, ironically.
He has been a very successful leader. He led the Brexit campaign. I couldn't disagree more.
His parties fall apart.
He doesn't say, I want to destroy... He's never set out to destroy the Tory party. He's feeling what many of us are feeling, politically homeless, when he looks at the Tory party that he used to support, and he's saying, these are not Conservatives anymore. That's what he's saying. That's what people are responding to.
I don't think they are. I mean, I think the problem... I mean, when you look at all the Tory seats that are going to be lost, I mean, an awful lot of them are going to go to the Lib Dems, right? And Labour. They're not going to go to Reform. So you've got somebody who's chair of the party. I just think he plays at politics, and it's great. He has a lovely, lovely time playing at politics, and it's very easy to play at politics. But as he said to me, when I said, "What about internal democracy?" and he said, "That's not for political parties." What
about internal democracy? Well, what about the fact that Reform, for example, is on 11 or 12% and probably won't get a seat? That's what I call internal democracy failing, which is that we don't have proportional representation.
I agree with you.
And the votes that people are voting for, the things they care about, are not being represented because it's a two-party system. Utterly rigged.
I completely agree with you about proportional representation, right? I mean, I think that we should have it. But actually, if you look at Nigel Farage's track record, he goes through parties. I mean, the thing about what Nigel likes to do is he likes to tell people what to do.
Well, they're different names, but it's all pretty consistent. The Brexit Party, UKIP, Reform.
They fall apart.
It's doing what people want, which is centre-right, talking about issues that real people, actually care about, like immigration, like the cost of living, like the fact that they don't feel British people matter that much in this country anymore.
Emma, I'm talking about actually how to run a party. I mean, if what Nigel Farage wants to do is
talking about principles,
he could. It's not about. It's got more than principles. If he does not know how to run a party, right?
Oh, if you want a bureaucrat, that's fine. I'm not going to argue with you on that. I'm not saying that he'd be the best person to do that.
No,
you
but
know?
you need... But you
no, I'm
need
talking about people who care about actual policies that British people care about.
But you need a party leader, and actually it's interesting that he's not even the party leader of Reform, right? He's got an honorary president. So it means he can do whatever he wants, but he doesn't have to take responsibility for anything. He doesn't have to organise anything. I mean, I know that a lot of politics is boring, right? But actually, you have to get it right. And the thing about Nigel is, I mean, you look at how you know, UKIP just descended into chaos. His parties descend into chaos because he's autocratic. Sure, he's got your principles, right? But I mean, you know, he's not going to do anything about it. And they haven't planned for how they're actually going to get seats, because they're not going to.
Emma, how do you feel, given what you've said about Nigel just now? I mean, he has been incredibly influential in British politics.
Incredibly successful, incredibly influential, and he cares about the things that real people care about, so just like Donald Trump.
How do you feel, interesting you mentioned Donald Trump, how do you feel that Nigel has said that he is actually going to go out and support Donald Trump in what he's doing in America rather than staying here?
I do think that's a real shame, and I'm not attacking him personally, but I do think that's a real shame. He's obviously been offered, you know, a very high profile, probably quite well paid role out there, and that was a sort of false note for me when he said actually he was more interested in the American campaign and being out on the election trail out there. That's a shame.
And coming back to you, Scarlett, on this one, a few people are getting in touch here saying that they won't forgive Nigel because by his actions, he's letting Labour in.
Oh, he is. I mean, there's absolutely no question about it, is that Reform are giving an election to the Labour Party.
You can't do it like that. You can't. It's the problem... with that is because of proportional representation. You can't game it like that and say,
Emma, we are where we are.
We are where we are. If you set up a party and you have principles that people actually really care about, then, you know, 6 months down the line, you're going to let the Labour Party in by the back door. Yes, that is unfortunate. That will probably happen because they will. But that is the fault of the Conservatives being so weak and unprincipled and letting people down.
Well, strong opinions here. So let's, unfortunately, we have to move on, but let's know what you think about all of these things on the usual methods that's coming up on your screen right now, hopefully at some point. Okay. Come on. gbnews.com/you'll say, I will remember it by the end of the show, possibly. I'm Dawn Neeson. I remembered that. This is GB News Sunday. There's plenty more coming up on today's show. But first, it's news headlines with Sophia.
Dawn, thank you. It's 2:31. I'm Sophia Wensler in the GB newsroom. Your headlines. Migration is being included in Labour's manifesto, with the party promising to reduce the number if it wins the general election. Sir Keir Starmer says he'll introduce new laws to train British workers to plug gaps in job markets and strengthen anti-exploitation laws. Speaking to The Sun on Sunday, he said last year's net migration figure of 685,000 has to come down. He didn't put a time frame or a target figure on his promise, though. Meanwhile, the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats are focusing on the NHS today. The Tories say they'll build 100 new GP surgeries and modernise 150 others to help make appointments more accessible. The party has also pledged to build 50 new diagnostic centres. The plans would be paid for by cutting the number of NHS managers to pre-pandemic levels. And the Lib Dems have attacked the government's record on health and are promising to reverse £1 billion of Conservative cuts. The party says it would fund local services by cracking down on tax evasion. Deputy Leader Daisy Cooper accused the Tories of decimating public funding, saying it's left Britain with a ticking time bomb of health challenges. And the Met Police has confirmed 53 people were arrested at Wembley as it hosted the Champions League final. Thousands of football fans were at the stadium to watch Real Madrid beat Borussia Dortmund. Police say 5 were arrested for pitch invasion and dozens of others for attempting to breach security by trying to get in without a ticket. And for the latest story, sign up to GB News Alerts by scanning the QR code on your screen or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Thank you very much, Sophia. And there's loads more coming up on today's show. But But before I tell you what we've got coming up for you, Nana Queer show is on later at 3 o'clock, and she's joining us now, again looking stunning as always, with a cracking show. Nana, what you got coming up?
Well, we've got my little thing, I call it Election Connection, where I get to stand at the wall and do what they do on election day. But we're actually going to compare the different parties' use of TikTok. I don't know if you've noticed it, but they're all trying to get down with the young people, and it's quite funny actually looking at all the different things they're doing. We're also going to look at Keir Starmer's plan on private schools and asking whether it's starting to unravel, as the OBR is saying if it does not raise money and actually ends up costing the taxpayer, then they will put paid to those plans. So it is kind of interesting to see how that will transpire. I've also got a mystery guest. I can't give you too many clues. We will reveal those throughout the show, and we'll be going live to the US to have a chat with Paul Dudridge to get an update with the latest on Trump. So that's all coming up.
Brilliant. Sounds a good show. And some of those TikTok videos, I have to say, while I'm slightly a bit weirded out by the fact that the politicians are using TikTok, some of them are very funny. So don't miss Nana's show. That's going to be a smashing one. Right, thank you very much, Nana. Now, remember, let us know all your thoughts on the stories we're talking about today by visiting gbnews.com/your say and join the conversation, or message me on our socials. We're at GB News, which is a bit I can remember. Now, there's lots more coming up on today's show, so stay tuned. I'm Dawn Neeson. This is indeed GB News. We are Britain's news channel, and you're not to go too far because we've got lots more coming up for you.
Hello and welcome to your GB News weather update, brought to you by the Met Office. Well, there'll still be plenty of sunshine to end the weekend. A bit cloudier in the north, though, and a little bit breezier here too. Now, why is this? Well, we currently have high pressure dominating the weather across the UK, but notice this weather front moving into the northwest of the country, and a slight squeeze in the isobars here too. For the rest of the afternoon, though, plenty of sunshine across the country, some quite unbroken sunshine at times across central and southern areas. Cloudier in the northwest, though, and we'll start to see some rain and drizzle feed into the northwest of Scotland and parts of Northern Ireland as well. But where you do catch the sunshine, it'll be feeling lovely and warm, warmer than yesterday in fact. But across Scotland, a bit of a cooler feel, particularly in that quite brisk breeze. Into the evening as well, we will continue to see quite a cloudy picture across Scotland. That rain and drizzle continuing to sweep into northwestern areas, a little bit heavy at times, particularly across any western hills. Similar to across the Northern Ireland and the rest of Northern England, a bit of a cloudier picture still here with the odd spot of rain and drizzle. But elsewhere, plenty of sunny spells leading to some late evening sunshine to finish the weekend. Through the course of the night, however, we are going to continue to see more and more of this cloud feed in from the north, still with the odd spot of rain and drizzle, particularly in areas of the northwest. Probably staying clearest for longest in the far south, where it'll be a little bit cooler. But elsewhere, it's going to be quite a cloudy night on offer and quite a mild night too. Most towns and cities not really dropping below double digits. But as I say, still a little bit cooler under those clearer spells down in the south. So a brighter start here across the far south, but generally it is going to be a cloudier picture for all, still with those spots of rain and drizzle in the northwest. We will start to see some brighter spells into the afternoon, just poke through the cloud, particularly across Scotland where we will see some sunshine. However, still quite a brisk breeze, which is going to take the edge off the temperatures still, but it should be still feeling pleasant in those sunnier spots.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
GB News brings you accurate reporting of the day's topical agenda.
When the news breaks, wherever and whenever it's happening,
we'll be there.
This is GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
I'm Mark Dolan, and this is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Queer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
It's true. You're not wrong. No one will be cancelled. Lovely.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Oh, Oh dear, oh Lord. Welcome back, GB News Sunday. I'm Dawn Neeson. We're on your telly, online and on digital radio. Now, we haven't gone north of the border yet. We're about to do so. First Minister of Scotland, John Swinney, is launching the SNP's general election campaign. In a speech in Glasgow, he is asking people to vote for SNP to put Scotland's interests first. He's also doubling down on his party's ambitions for independence. Joining me now is our Scotland reporter, Tony Maguire, to bring us up to speed on everything that's been said. Hello, what's been going on then?
Afternoon, Dawn. Well, I must say I was there when hearing some of this year's candidates. We heard from people like Katie Loudon, who will be representing Rutherglen, who of course switched to Labour in October last year. And we also heard from various other members, activists and of course MPs. But before Mr Swinney took to the stage, I had the choice. I could stay and listen to him, or I could come and speak to you, and I think we can both agree I probably made the right choice there. But you know, the room is very much kind of alive, full of activists, packed with MSPs and MPs, and they're obviously wanting to see how do they get around a few complications, shall we say, you know, over the last couple of years. It hasn't been a great couple of years, but John Swinney, you know, he has come in, he is a shrewd operator, you know, he's an experienced politician, and many people believe he is going to be the one to secure the majority of seats in Scotland this general election. Scotland loses a couple of seats this year, actually. We go down from 59 to 57, but that's not going to stop them from their campaign message, which is to push every Tory out of Scotland. Now, that's raised some eyebrows, of course, because the Conservatives, well, you know, they only have 6 seats, and Labour, you know, if you look at the polling, they could stand to walk away with mid-20s. So, you know, a lot of questions being asked of why focusing on the Conservative Party. However, you know, today, if the activists on the street over the next 5 weeks have any of the passion of the activists in the room behind me, you know, then we're expected for a real firecracker of an election campaign from the Scottish National Party.
Excellent. That's Scotland reporter Tony Maguire there, live from the SNP conference with John Swinney. Thank you very much, Tony. Right, OK, back to our panel. See what we make of this. Scarlett Maguire, Emma Wolf still with me. Still having some heated debate in the studio, I think it's fair to say. Can I come to you first on this one, Emma? What do you make of the SNP and everything that's going up on the border?
To say it hasn't been a great couple of years for the SNP, I think is the understatement of the last couple of years.
Yeah, possibly.
I mean, let's see if John Swinney can steady the ship. He certainly, so far, seems like a much more capable pair of hands. But there are still many, many issues. I'm not going to mention Nicola Sturgeon, but many issues swirling around, aren't there?
Literally mentioned.
I literally just did say her name twice in 2 sentences.
Yes, that's fine.
And lots of issues swirling around. And I'm not going to mention camper vans either.
No, expensive camper vans at that. Scarlett, what do you make of the SNP situation?
It's a disaster, isn't it? I mean, there is no question, and he's absolutely right. I mean, why are they concentrating on the Conservatives, pretending that they're the answer to the Conservatives, when actually it is Labour that's looking as though they're going to get more seats? I mean, it's quite incredible, and some of it is because Labour have really got their act together and they've got really good people. But frankly, some of it is just because the SNP are in meltdown. And the thing about John Swinney is he's been there before and he left because he wasn't... I mean, he might be a good person and he might be, but he has no charisma. It's just not working.
Harsh. Well, John Swinney obviously isn't here to defend his policies or indeed his charisma. So we have to move on from that one, I think. Thank you very much. All right, I'm Dawn Neeson. I'm still Dawn Neeson. I've been doing this for a while now. This is still GB News Sunday, and there's lots more coming up on today's show. Thousands of protesters on the Balearic Island of Mallorca have made it very clear they no longer want Brits there. But join us to find out why exactly. All that, much more to come. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
GB News is Britain's election channel.
And when the big stories break, we're tackling them on Britain's newsroom. When we disagree, and we disagree a lot, it's even livelier than normal.
We don't disagree that much.
We do. His comedy, though, is revolting. I knew her, unlike you. That explains Beverly Turner's temperament.
It's a bit frosty in here, isn't it?
He'll have one of me one day.
For dartball practice. Britain's newsroom on GB News. Weekdays, 9:30 a.m.
GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Headliners. Tomorrow's papers tonight, every night from 11 p.m.
The Washington Post estimates that $50 billion was pledged by giant corporate donors over the last few years. Mega funders like George Soros, who dropped $220 million into fancy non-profits, and a lot of ordinary people sent in small donations. So where did all this money go? I mean, small organisations were raising insane amounts of money just through QR codes, sticking them up on posters and on the internet, on social media, and getting huge amounts of money. Where did it go? Well, we can see that, quite a lot of it got spent on fun stuff for the organisers. So, I mean, Patrice Cullors, the founder of Black Lives Matter, we know that she bought, or Black Lives Matter on her behalf bought this luxury villa that she's like, oh, we're going to use it for, community workshops or whatever. Yeah, that, and living in, and also her brother's business got paid, nearly $1 million.
Security.
And her baby daddy got paid nearly $1 million to provide creative consultancy services.
I'm thinking about, as you said really at the top here, finally journalists are looking into this, and it's ridiculous that this amount of money hasn't really been explored, because when they did say, hey, what have you done with this money, of course what she said was basically, you're being massively racist, how dare you?
You're racist, look over there.
Yeah, essentially, and then some people were, oh, okay, yeah, sorry, we didn't mean to question you. So the figures that have been raised are astounding, and yeah, as some of the stuff is just mental, like, and multi-million-pound homes, dollar homes.
But it's good, so the money got spent on having fun instead of, like, it would have just been, like, annoying community projects to create more racism.
Yeah. What they're really not ready for, the media,
lives.
they're still calling it the killing of George Floyd. Many people think he died of an OD. That's the next level they're not ready for.
The People's Channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, every Sunday at 9:30 when I'll be interviewing the key players in British politics and taking them to task.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial.
With an upcoming election looming over Westminster, now is the time for clear, honest answers.
I agree.
And that's precisely what I'll get.
Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's election channel.
We are proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/your say. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family. Simply go to gbnews.com/your say.
Oh, hello, welcome back. Right, OK, now we are going to sunny Spain and we are going to find out why they don't want us to go to sunny Spain. But first of all, I'm going to read out some of your emails, because some of them are really, really nice about Emma. Not so nice about you, Scarlett. I'm sorry about that. I'm suspicious. But a lot of people, very interesting, lots of support in the room for reform. But, I mean, people are saying, well, with the Farage situation, this is Nick, why is it Farage always runs in the race? When he sees the finish line, he runs in the other direction. Is he afraid of commitment? Now, a couple of people have said that. Go, Emma.
Thank you. I'll pay you later.
Absolutely, yeah.
Check is in the post.
What's your mum's name again?
No, my mum does not watch television and she doesn't email in.
Right, OK, and what's...
But to be fair to Nigel, this political situation is so uncertain that you can't be surprised that someone's frightened of commitment right now, because what do you commit to?
Well, quite, that's it. But lots of support on Team Emma on the House of the Lords. Len says, abolish the laws, it's just an empty vote winning pledge. All recent PMs have come up with it, just like ending hospital car park charges. God, yeah, that's one they haven't come up with just yet, again. We will get it, don't we? Peter on the House of Lords, I disagree with the whole panel. Oh, come on. I strongly believe the House of Lords should be all hereditary pairs and not ideologically linked to any of the political parties. They do cost you a lot of money there, and they don't really do much, do they? Meanwhile, Susan on the House of Lords says, let's have a referendum on the House of Lords. I think the answer will be very clear. Susan, while I agree with you, I think the idea of another referendum on anything at this precise moment in time is, frankly, quite scary. But should we go to Spain, ladies?
Let's go
to Spain. Right, OK.
Where it's hot.
Yeah. Oh, but before we do, I've got to read this bit out because I've almost remembered it. I know. gbnews.com/yoursay. There you go. It's back on the screen again. gbnews.com/yoursay. And join the conversation or message me on the socials at GBNews. Come on, give me credit. I remembered that bit. Right, now we're going to Spain, evidently. Right, OK. Now, Brits abroad, we aren't that bad, are we? No? I don't think so. Well, Mallorcan residents are complaining they feel smothered by tourists. The islanders say they're being squeezed out of their beaches and are struggling to get on with their day-to-day lives. So, OK. Scarlett, when was the last time you went to Spain, then? Were you smothering the locals while you were there?
I've never been to Mallorca, I'm afraid. I don't go to those... I mean, What's
wrong with Mallorca?
Mallorca can be absolutely beautiful.
You're more Ibiza, aren't you? I've got your type.
I've never been to a Spanish...
Got your type.
No, I go to the Canaries.
I don't want you there either.
No. The problem with certain British tourists and the way they treat, and certainly not Emma, is that they go in groups. They drink an awful lot. The men go topless and in shorts. They behave badly. They abuse the residents. I mean, you just hear these stories, and this has gone on for decades about the British. I mean, drinking doesn't matter. The fact is they can't hold their drink and they just behave appallingly. And what Mallorca's saying is, please, can we have families? It's not the British so much, it's what they would like. They want families who behave well.
Well, but they are also saying there are too many of us going there. But the problem with this one, Emma, is this is Mallorca, 45% of the island's GDP, generating more than 16 billion income, comes from tourists.
Be careful what you wish for.
Exactly.
It's really tough. I don't like the othering that's going on. You see, I used a woke term there. I don't like the othering that's going on, Scarlett. When you always talk about, it's always them, it's always the Brits, that we're not Brits. When we go and we find a little unspoilt village in Tuscany or a little beautiful little wherever in France, it's that, that we found that little place. We're not Brits abroad. It's them. It's the ones that go out and drink loads. The reason they go out and drink loads is because it's cheap to get there. It's hot, which it isn't in this country, and they can have a laugh and they can stay in Airbnbs and stay in hotels and have lots of fun. And I get it. I mean, that's what young people go and do. The problem is, like you say, they want families, they want nice British people, but they don't want the sort of, wet T-shirt competitions and the stag do's and the lads' cruises and all of that kind of thing. But the thing is, what about London? I'm a Londoner. I was born here, brought up here. I don't particularly want all of it, and look, Japanese, American, every other nation's tourists cramming into the centre of my town pretty much 6 months of the year. We don't get to choose. That's the way it is. That's just the way it is. Wherever you live, there are going to be tourists. If you live somewhere popular, if you live somewhere where you have beautiful things like Big Ben and the Houses of Parliament and the Tower of London and all of this stuff, the London Eye, people want to come to your place and they want to see it, or they want to go somewhere hot and drink and enjoy themselves.
It's the behaviour, isn't it? I spend quite a lot of time around Westminster, around the places.
It's a nightmare all summer. From Easter onwards, it's a nightmare. But
they behave. But actually, they're perfectly nice. They're not normally drunk. They don't abuse waiters. I mean, that's the problem. Is you go to somewhere like Mallorca, you talk to the local people about what they put up with.
Yeah.
I remember decades ago, I was covering the French fishermen's strike, which meant that they've stopped the ferries from going over. This was before the Channel Tunnel, and the French tourist office said, "Will we miss the Brits?" Well, my memory is somebody so drunk they couldn't even walk to the ferry, and actually. It's not nice for us to think that that's how Brits are being portrayed.
Of course.
Right?
It's like football hooligans.
The problem. And there is no excuse. I mean, you don't have to go to a nice little village in Tuscany, but actually it's the little villages in Mallorca and Menorca that are saying, No, we don't want the drunks. That's the problem.
It's not just the behaviour as well. The other problem is that the locals are being priced out as well.
Of course.
Houses are being sold to second homeowners.
Well, and that's what we complain about in Cornwall, in Yorkshire.
We
I mean,
do.
that is a global problem about tourism.
Yeah. It's interesting what someone said on here. Where have you gone? John says the march in Mallorca is because they had a march. They marched through the streets where there were tourists like sitting there having their evening meal, and they were marching through the streets with banners saying "Tourists go home." And John, you say the march in Mallorca is a racist march against the British, so we should boycott Mallorca. Do you think that's an option?
Well, that's what I mean. That's why I raised that thing about I don't particularly want my town, which London is my town, flooded with hundreds of thousands of tourists. But I would never say go home Japanese, go home Americans, go home Italians, go home. You know, you can't do that. You can't.
Go home Emma at the moment because we've run out of time, unfortunately. Well, I've been Dawn Neeson, still will be after the show. This is GB News Sunday. But don't go anywhere because plenty more coming up on GB News. In just a moment, it's Fiery Debate with Nana Akua. At 6 o'clock is Neil Oliver with Free Speech Nation at 7 and the wonderful Mark Dolan at 9 o'clock. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Really appreciate your time, but don't go anywhere. Nana's up next. But first, it's the all-important Sunday afternoon weather for you with the lovely Honor. Thanks for watching. Have a good evening.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello and welcome to your GB News weather update brought to you by the Met Office. Well, there'll still be plenty of sunshine to end the weekend, but from Monday it is going to be turning a little bit cloudier. For today, though, we've still got plenty of high pressure building across the UK, which is dominating the weather. Notice the frontal system moving into the northwest and a slight squeeze in the isobar, so turning a little bit breezier across Scotland. For the evening, though, still plenty of late evening sunshine across central and southern parts of the UK. Turning cloudier from the north, though, with some rain and drizzle moving into the northwest, and this could be a little bit heavy across northwestern hills. For most, though, quite a cloudy and mild night on offer. Most towns and cities not really dropping below double digits, but a little bit cooler under the clear spells in the very far south. So a brighter start across the south, but it is generally going to be clouding over through the course of the morning. Largely dry, but we will start to see some rain and drizzle feed into northern parts of Wales and parts of northern England. And quite a cloudy picture across Northern Ireland and the rest of northern England, still with the odd spot of rain and drizzle, but generally brightening up across parts of Aberdeenshire, though we will start to see some showers move in from the west across the Northern Isles. So a bit of a mixed picture to start the new working week, but generally it's going to be quite a cloudy picture as well, still with the odd spot of rain and drizzle moving into the northwest. By the time, though, we reach the afternoon, we will start to see some sunshine poke through the cloud, particularly across Scotland, where we will see plenty of sunshine, though quite a brisk breeze, which is going to take the edge off the temperatures a little bit. And generally, temperatures are going to be slightly lower tomorrow, but where you do catch the sunshine in any sheltered spots across Scotland, it should still be feeling pleasant and warm. Now into the evening, still plenty of cloud, which means it's going to remain fairly mild, but turning a little bit cooler across those clearer spells in Scotland, and still plenty of showers feeding into the Northern Isles. And for next week, it is generally a cloudier picture, still fairly dry across the south, but some rain and showers in the north, and feeling a little bit cooler here too.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Join me, Nana Akua, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
It's true. You're not wrong. No one will be cancelled.
Lovely. Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
It's the Great British Summer Giveaway, and have we got a prize for you? There's a totally tax-free £15,000 in cash to make your summer spectacular. Spend that extra cash however you like. You'll also win a brand new iPhone, Apple AirPods, and if that wasn't enough, a £500 voucher to spend at your favourite UK attraction, so you can enjoy amazing days out this year. For a chance to win the iPhone, treats, and £15,000 cash, text prize to 63232. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message, or post your name and number to GB06 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 28th of June. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
We're GB News, and we come from a proud tradition of British journalism.
That's why I'm so excited to be here. It's something so new.
The first news channel to be launched in Britain in over 30 years.
Launched to represent the views of the British people.
To go where other broadcasters refuse to go.
How did you find out about the story in the first place?
Launched with one aim.
To be the fearless champion of Britain.
It's an absolutely fantastic atmosphere here.
This is GB News.
GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm going to take a second to tell you all about my show, Dubes & Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the arguments. We get rid of the disrespect. And then you throw me into the mix. And trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together, and what have we got? In my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Are the newspapers getting you down?
My wife didn't divorce me that month.
Struggling to separate the wheat from the chaff?
I know that it's a bit of a circus at the best of times.
Well, don't worry. Headliners has got you covered. We'll take the burden of reading the day's news, and if we get depressed, who cares? It's an occupational hazard, frankly. That's Headliners on GB News from 11 p.m. till midnight, and the following morning, 5 till 6 a.m. on GB News, the comedy channel. Nah, just kidding. Britain's news channel.
I'm Patrick Christie's. Every weeknight from 9, I bring you 2 hours of unmissable, explosive debate and headline-grabbing interviews. What impact has that had?
We got death threats and the bomb threats on.
Our job is to do what's in the best interest of our country.
You made my argument for me.
My guest and I tackle the issues that really matter, with a sharp take on every story.
I'm hearing it up and down the country.
That was a beginning, not an end.
Patrick Christie's tonight from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hello, good afternoon. It's 3 o'clock. This is GB News on TV, online and on digital radio. I'm Nana Akweer, and for the next few hours, me and my panel will be taking on some of the big topics hitting the headlines right now. This show is all about opinion. It's mine, it's theirs, and of course it's yours. We'll be debating, discussing, and at times we will disagree, but no one will be cancelled. So joining me in the next hour, broadcaster and journalist Danny Kelly, and also GB News' senior political editor Nigel Nelson. Now, in a few moments, we'll be going head-to-head in the clash with the chairman of the National Jewish Assembly, Gary Mond, and also journalist Jonathan Liss. They will be clashing, hopefully, in a little while. But is this a TikTok election? UK parties have been posting on social media platforms to promote their own party. Is this the new age of elections? Then Nana's niggle. Today, has Britain lost its greatness? The election, the royal family, the army, nothing seems to be great anymore. But whose fault is it? Stay tuned for 5 o'clock. I'll be joined by my outside guest. They are a mystery. I'll give you some clues. She's the only actress in the UK who has appeared in every major TV soap in the last 30 years as a regular character. Who is she? She'll be live at 5. But before we get started, let's get your latest news headlines.
Good afternoon. It's 1 minute past 3. I'm Sophia Wensler in the GB newsroom. First, let's take you straight to Scotland, where SNP leader John Swinney is launching the party's general election campaign.
That process starts with listening. And this is what most people in Scotland are telling us. They want rid of this disastrous, chaotic Tory government. They want a party. They want a party that's laser-focused on their concerns. A party that's going to help them and their families live happier, healthier lives. In other words, they want a party that puts their interests first. They want a party that puts Scotland's interests first. And for the SNP, as the party of independence, there is a clear task they have set for us: to demonstrate why achieving independence is relevant and indeed vital to their core concerns. So let me teach each of those Tory government, putting Scotland's interests first and winning the decision-making powers that come with independence. Firstly, getting rid of the Tories. Never has a party demonstrated why they should be removed from office more than Rishi Sunak's Tory party. The latest wheeze in their desperate struggle for survival is to bring back national service. The national service the SNP is going to perform for Scotland is to remove this Tory government from office. In Scotland, the SNP is the challenger in every single Tory-held seat. So the electoral maths is clear. If you want Rishi Sunak out of Downing Street, vote for the Scottish National Party. To put it bluntly, across the UK, the Tories are on course for a huge defeat, a wipeout. Voters in England are going to send them packing. That is not in doubt. And that begs the question, what kind of change, if any, is that going to mean at Westminster? Now, I'm not saying that Labour are exactly the same as the Tories. They're not. But they are giving an awfully good impression of them. The only substantive change Labour seem to be offering is to change their own principles. And let me give you one really telling and worrying example. Their health spokesman, Wes Streeting, the man who in a few weeks' time will be the UK Government's Health Secretary, last week set out his plans for the NHS. He criticised the Tories on the issue of the NHS and the private sector. Fair enough, you might say. Bad news. He was not criticising the Tories for using the private sector too much. He was criticising the Tories for not using the private sector enough. He went on to say he wanted to go further than Tony Blair's New Labour. And he wrote, "I want the NHS to form partnerships with the private sector that goes beyond just hospitals." That sounds an awful lot like creeping privatisation of the NHS to me. Let me be absolutely crystal clear. The SNP rejects privatisation of the NHS, whether that is Tory privatisation or Labour privatisation. And this is why it matters to Scotland. In another interview, the very same spokesman also said this: "All roads lead back to Westminster, because even though this is devolved, decisions taken in Westminster have an impact on the NHS across the whole country. If there is creeping privatisation of the NHS, or if Labour do not increase investment in the NHS in England, our precious National Health Service faces a very bleak future. That's why I'm asking people in Scotland to unite on July the 4th and vote SNP to protect Scotland's National Health Service." Labour's tack to the right is designed to win votes in England. They don't seem to care too much about Scotland, though. They think Scotland's in the bag. What other explanation could there be to allow them to select a candidate who said this about criminal people smugglers? And I quote, "Why don't you send the smuggler gangs and put them on the barge that has been set aside for asylum seekers and ship the barge up to the north of Scotland? Who cares?" Well, I'll tell you who cares. The SNP cares. That's who cares.
That is, of course, John Swinney. He's talking live there for the SNP. Well, if you just joined us, welcome to GB News. I'm Nana Request. It's coming up to 8 minutes after 3 o'clock. Now, before we get stuck into the debates over the next hour, let me introduce you to my clashers. Joining me, Gary Mond, he's the chairman of the National and Jewish Assembly, and also Jonathan Liss. Now, this is what's coming up today. Are the digital campaigns winning over voters? 1 in 10 adults use TikTok for news in 2023, putting it on a par